Ducks player hits a home run into the hole, and the Kona Ice billboard out there in right field. See that big hole? A randomly selected fan will win $10,000. And don't forget to pick up some of those great Kona Ice treats at the Kona Ice kiosk along the left field concourse, and then the Kona Ice kiosk along the right field concourse. That's Kona Ice. And fans, today's game is sponsored by News 12 Long Island. The first 1,500 fans that enter the gates of our ballpark received a News 12 bobblehead of Anchorman Doug E. That went to the first 1,500 fans here today. Long Island Ducks want to thank News 12 Long Island for being here today and sponsoring the bobblehead afternoon. And Duck fans, for the protection of players, coaches, umpires, and other fans, and in the spirit of good sportsmanship, the Long Island Ducks ask that you refrain from tossing any objects onto the field. Please do not stand 5 feet away on the dugout tops or the backstop netting. Laser pointers are prohibited here at Bethpage Ballpark. We also remind you that any spectator going onto the field or interrupting play in any manner will be ejected and subject to arrest. The Long Island Ducks are also very, very happy to have fans keep any batted or thrown ball that goes into the stands this afternoon. And fans, in the spirit of safety, the Long Island Ducks would like to remind you to stay alert at all times because thrown or batted balls may be very, very
back.
In consideration of the health and comfort of others, smoking is prohibited in all areas of the ballpark. If you need to smoke, please head toward the suite lobby double doors located on the main concourse behind home plate. Their gate attendant will assist you. The Long Island Ducks thank you for not smoking here at Bethpage Ballpark, making our ballpark smoke-free, and join the Long Island Ducks in the team spirit by being responsible about alcohol consumption. Here's an important message from Long Island Ducks coach Buddy Harrelson on the Duck Vision scoreboard.
Hi fans, Buddy Harrelson here. When we take the field, we have a plan. The Ducks in Suffolk County stop DWI. Want you to have a plan too. If you're drinking alcohol, have a plan. Don't drink it.
The Long Island Ducks and the Stop DWI program hope you enjoy today's action here at the ballpark. I would like to remind you to have a plan to get home safely. If you've been drinking, don't drive, get a ride. And fans, the Leaside Farms proudly present your 2014 Grounds Crew, keeping the field here at Bethpage Ballpark the best in the Atlantic League. The Leaside Farms serving Long Island for over 70 years. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on this beautiful Sunday afternoon here at Bethpage Ballpark, it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce to you a very beautiful human being. Here's Long Island Ducks on Dunos. There he is in front of the pitcher's mound, fast Freddy Portio, with today's very special guest.
Thank you, Bullet Dog. Ducks fans, welcome to Bethpage Ballpark. It's Family Fun Day, and your Long Island Ducks would like to thank News 12 Long Island, today's game sponsor, for providing the first 1,500 fans through the gate with those Doug Geed bobbleheads. Now, speaking of Doug Geed bobbleheads, out here on the mound to throw out the first pitch from News 12 Long Island. The Long Island Ducks are honored to have him out here right now. Put your hands together, everybody. Let's hear it for News 12 anchor Doug Geed. Buddy Harrelson's waiting for him at home plate. Doug, fire a strike in there. Good job. Look at that. He can't only report the news, he also throws strikes. Good job, Doug Geed. All right, fans, and now we have another very special guest out here on the mound. K98.3 Teacher of the Month, Julianne Kime, a speech and language pathologist from Clark Middle School and High School in East Meadow. Everybody, how about a big round of applause for Julianne? All right, Julianne, go ahead, throw a strike into Buddy Harrelson. Good job! He was playing with you right there. He could have made that play easy. One more time, let's hear it for Julianne, everybody. everybody. And now, from K98.3, you can hear her every week.
We are live here at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, and it is time once again for Long Island Ducks baseball. And on this Sunday afternoon, it is the finale of a 3-game series between the Long Island Ducks and the York Revolution. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michael Pollock. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play for all of today's action from Bethpage Ballpark. And for the Ducks, they are looking to get back on the right track. They have lost 7 in a row, including the first 2 of this 3-game series against the Revolution following the Atlantic League All-Star break. And so the Ducks here on Dougie Bobblehead Day, courtesy of News 12 Long Island, on another Sunday family fun day, beautiful day at Bethpage Ballpark. We'll try and rebound from another tough defeat last night, this time by a score of 5-4, in which the Ducks took an early 1-0 lead and then rebounded from a 2-1 deficit to take a 4-2 lead into the top of the 8th inning, but 2 runs in the 8th and 1 in the 9th gave the Revs the victory and ultimately the series win. And now York will try and go for the sweep today. The Ducks enter with a record of 2-7 in the second half. They are 3.5 games in back of the Somerset Patriots entering today. Patriots already won the first half, so if they do win the second half, then a wild card scenario would come into play between them and any of the other teams in the Atlantic League for best overall record to get that playoff spot. As for the Revolution, they are 5-4 in the second half of the season, 46-33 overall, and that 5-4 record, 2 games in back of the Lancaster Barnstormers in the Freedom Division standings. York, though, has already guaranteed themselves a spot in the playoffs by winning the first half in the Freedom Division. So that sets us up for today's game between the Ducks and the Revolution. More on the pitching matchup and the starting lineups in a little bit here on the pregame show. First, we'll take a break. When we come back, I sit down with Ducks outfielder and hitting coach Lou Ford, who had 3 hits last night, to talk about today's game and the keys to getting the Ducks back on the winning track. We'll be right back on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. Back here at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, Long Island Ducks, York Revolution to play game number 3 of a 3-game series and of a 6-game homestand for the Long Island Ducks. And for the Ducks, they are trying to end a 7-game losing skid, their season-long losing streak, which has come after a season-long 7-game winning streak. So part of a little roller coaster segment of the season for the Ducks. They are certainly playing some long stretches too. They played 19 games in 18 days before the All-Star break and are now in the midst of another 19-game in 18-day stretch. So the Ducks will try and get a win here today to salvage the finale of the series. And before today's game, I had the chance to catch up with Ducks outfielder and hitting coach Lou Ford. Lou, 3 hits for you last night, 8th multi-hit game for you in your last 15 games. How are you feeling at the plate of late, and especially after that 4-game All-Star break?
I feel okay. I feel pretty good. I'd like to hit a couple balls over the fence or drive in some runs, but I'm not going to complain. I'd like to get some wins too while we're at it.
11 home runs for you on the season, but as you mentioned, haven't hit one in a while. Is it wearing on you at all mentally that you haven't gone deep in a little bit?
A little bit. I've thought about it. You don't think about it too much at first, but it's been a while, and I think when you start trying to hit home runs. You know, it doesn't really happen for you every time. So you got to get that out of your head and just let it come when it comes.
You have Bill Hall coming back to this team this week, a guy who won a championship with you last year. Do you expect him to be able to help you guys in that home run department, and how excited were you to see him back?
I was very excited. You know, Bill's a good player and has a lot of experience and takes good at bats, and you know, has a professional defender, and it's nice to have him in the lineup. And you know, he's got a lot of power. He's got a history of hitting a lot of home runs, so you know, I'm sure he's going to run into a few here. Just hopefully we'll get some soon.
You talked about wanting to get some wins, and it's been a tough skid for you guys right now over the last 7 games. What is the key factor in your mind that's going to turn everything around?
I think we've been playing a lot of close games. We've lost some close ones, and you know, this can go either way. We just need somebody to come up big and then you know, hold on to the game, make the plays when we need to at the end to finish the other team off.
You guys have been getting the first run of the game early on over the course of this streak that you guys are on, and obviously it feels good to get the first run of the game, but what's the key to making sure you keep that lead throughout the course of the game rather than seeing the opponent come back late?
Well, you just can't let down. You know, every play is important, and you know that if you watch the last couple of games, you can see that. You know, like. You know, just going to be on top of our game the whole game, play good defense, and make our pitches, and you know, and we'll get some wins doing that.
How frustrating is it seeing a game like last night where they get 3 sacrifice flies to come back from 4-2 down to win the game 5-4?
Yeah, it is frustrating, you know, but you know, the guys got there, you know, got to third base with less than 2 outs, you know, so in different ways, and you know, we could have prevented them, and. You know, they executed though when they had to get those sacrifice flies. So, you know, hats off to them. But you know, I feel like you know we had a great chance to win that game ourselves.
On the bright side, Joe Ashfordine, who has had some struggles of late, had a big 3-hit night, including a 2-run single that put you guys in front. How nice was it to see him with a big game after what he's gone through lately?
Well, it's good. You know, he's a good hitter. He hit well here last year, and you know, he's had spurts where he's looked good this year, but he hasn't like just put it on where he's come out every game. And you know, it was a good sign last night. Hopefully he got a good feeling and he can carry it over to today.
Is there anything now as the hitting coach that you've said to him to try and keep his confidence up and try and help him out at the plate?
Oh, different things, you know, over the course of the year, but mainly, you know, just relax and you know, don't try to do too much. Just hit some line drives, you know, and stay through the ball.
Bobby Blevins tossed his 3rd consecutive quality start. How important has he been to your group, and how difficult was it to see him not get the win when he pitched well last night?
Well, it's difficult because you know, I feel like it's happened to him a lot, and you know, maybe he feels that way. But you know, he pitched really well and deep in the game, and kept us in there. You know, he deserved to get a win, but. You know, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. So, you know, hopefully I talked to him before and said, you know, it's going to even out. You know, there's going to be games coming up soon where we'll score 10 runs for you. So hopefully we can get some runs for Bobby in the next couple games. One
of the best of late for you guys and in the Atlantic League has been Jared Lansford. He gets the start today. What do you expect to see from him on the mound?
I expect, you know, similar to the last night with Bobby, he's attacking the hitters and, you know, going deep in the game, and you know, if just Jared being Jared out there, and it'll be up to us to score a couple runs for him and get the winner.
Finally, how important is it for you guys to take today's game and find a way to salvage the finale of this 3-game set against York?
Oh, it's very important. You know, we've got a lot of losses right now in a row. I don't know how many, but we need to get a win. We need to get out of this, and we're at home, and this is a good team, so we need to get a win against them today.
Thanks so much, Lou. Best of luck this afternoon.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
That is Lou Ford, the outfielder and hitting coach for the Long Island Ducks. Off of his 3-hit performance last night, he will be batting in the number 3 spot as the center fielder today and trying to help the Ducks to, as he said, a very important win today in the finale of this 3-game series against the York Revolution. Well, we will take a break, and when we come back, closer look at the pitching matchup for today. Righty Jared Lansford for the Ducks and righty Scott Gorgon for the Revolution here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. Well, back here at Bethpage Ballpark as we get set for today's game between the Long Island Ducks and the York Revolution, game number 3 of this 3-game weekend series. And as we get set, we will take a look at the pitching matchup for today. For the Ducks, they will send out one of their best of late. That is right-handed pitcher Jared Lansford, who takes the mound with a 4-3 record and a 3.23 ERA. That earned run average good for 6th in the Atlantic League. He has been fantastic of late, 2-0 in his last 5 starts, which include 3 starts in which he has gone 8 innings or more, and in those 3 he has given up just 1 run each time. In fact, his last 2 outings, 8 innings of 1-run ball, and 1-1, and took a no decision his last time out in a heartbreaking loss on July 12th against Lancaster. He has made 1 start this year against York that came back on June 27th in York at Santander Stadium, took a no decision, gave up 4 runs on 7 hits in 5 innings, walked 1, and struck out 3. On the other side for the York Revolution, it'll be right-handed pitcher Scott Gorgon, and Gorgon has spent time this year with the Revolution as well as the Camden River Sharks, has combined for 17 games of action, 10 of them starts, and has a record of 3-7 with a 7.55 ERA combined between the 2 teams. He was roughed up his last time out, July 12th against Bridgeport. He allowed 8 runs on 7 hits and 4 walks in 5 innings of work while striking out 4. He faced the Ducks twice as a member, or once, as a member of the Revolution, through 2 scoreless innings against the Ducks on June 28th. Before that, he made 2 starts with Camden against Long Island. June 17th in Camden, he allowed 5 runs on 8 hits in 4 innings, took a no decision in a 15-8 Ducks win. And then he earned the win here on Long Island May 17th in a 6-4 victory, allowing 4 runs, 3 earned on 7 hits in 5 innings of work. So Gorgon has struggled throughout the course of this season, and we'll try and get back on the winning track for the Revs here today and give them a sweep. Jared Lansford has been outstanding for the Ducks of late and overall this season in his first season as a starter for the Ducks. And we will see if he can continue that here today and give the Ducks a win in the finale of this 3-game series. We will take a break. When we come back, the starting lineups and the first pitch of today's game between the Ducks and Revs on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. Back here at Bethpage Ballpark, we are just about set for the Ducks to take the field, and we will have our national anthem in the first pitch of today's game. The finale of a 3-game series between the Ducks and the Revolution. This is the second time the Revolution have paid a visit to Bethpage Ballpark this year. The Ducks and Revs split a 4-game series, the first home series of the year for the Ducks back in early May. So it has been over 2 months since the Revolution were here. But they and the Ducks will close out the 3-game series here today. Then the Ducks will welcome in the Bridgeport Bluefish for 3 games this week as the Ferry Cup series continues. Tomorrow morning, an 11:05 a.m. game, the first of 2 camp days for the Ducks this year. And then we will have a pair of 7:05 games, one on Tuesday, one on Wednesday, before the Ducks head out on a season-long 10-game road trip. Jared Lansford has come out of the dugout for Long Island, and now the rest of his teammates will take the field with him. And we'll get a nice cheer from a nice crowd that is continuing to file in here at Bethpage Ballpark on this Sunday evening. A pass capacity crowd last night, 6,636 in attendance, the 7th pass capacity crowd of the season for the Ducks, and their 634th all-time sellout, which was an Atlantic League record. So the Ducks have taken the field in their bright orange jerseys. The Revolution coming out of their dugout on the third base side in their road grays. Now both teams being joined on the field by the color guard at first base, Dickinson Avenue PTA and Scout Pack 24 from Malvern. The color guard around at third base is Cub Scout Pack 197. We had a little pregame dance performance earlier today by Dynamite Dance Academy. And then our national anthem is going to be performed momentarily by the Sylvan Avenue Elementary School. Again, the first 1,500 fans in attendance today took home a Doug Geed bobblehead doll, courtesy of News 12 Long Island. So a nice little bobblehead there of the News 12 anchor and reporter. Every season, News 12 has a bobblehead day here on Long Island. Last year it was reporter Elisa DiStefano who had her bobblehead day, and Doug Geed was out on the field, threw a perfect first pitch strike to Bud Harrelson. Now the fans being asked to rise here at Bethpage Ballpark. We'll send it down to the field for Sylvan Avenue Elementary School as they perform our national anthem here today. Sylvan Avenue Elementary School with our national anthem here on a terrific Sunday for baseball at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York. And Sylvan Avenue Elementary doing a terrific job as always. The color guards will exit the field, and Jared Lansford will begin his warm-up tosses as the Ducks and Revs play the final game of this series. And the Ducks will try and close it out with a win here today. Time now for the starting lineups for today's game. As the Revolution go for with a sweep, they will send out the same lineup for a third consecutive day. Justin Green will lead off. He is the right fielder. Wilson Valdez serves as the shortstop. He will bat second. And hitting third for York is the left fielder Eric Patterson, who has had a phenomenal series thus far for the Revolution. Cleanup hitter is first baseman Chad Tracy. Travis Garcia will hit in the number 5 spot. He is the third baseman. Designated hitter is the former Duck Brian Nelson. He hit 6th. Ophelio Castro is at second base and will bat 7th. Hitting 8th is the catcher Salvador Paniagua, and rounding out the order is the center fielder Sean Smith. On the other side for Kevin Byes is Long Island Ducks, who are trying to end a 7-game losing skid. Phelan Lentini will lead things off. He is the right fielder. Cody Puckett at second base bats second. Hitting third, playing center field is Lou Ford, and in the cleanup spot is the left fielder Adam Bailey. Bill Hall, second game of the season for the Ducks, is the designated hitter. He bats 5th. Hitting 6th, the third baseman and former big leaguer Brendan Harris. Joe Ashburdine back up to the number 7 spot in the order as he is the first baseman. Hitting 8th, doing the catching. His first action of the series is Jan Vasquez. And rounding out the order for the Ducks is the shortstop, Sergio Miranda. Again, the Ducks will be facing right-handed pitcher Scott Gorgon for the Revolution as he makes his 11th start of the season, his 18th appearance. This will be his 7th appearance and 3rd start for the Revolution since coming over from Camden. And on the other side, the Revolution will be facing Ducks starter right-handed pitcher Jared Lansford, who is 4-3 with a 3.23 ERA through 13 starts here in 2014. So Lansford finishes firing his warm-up tosses, and the Ducks will throw the ball around the infield. We are just about set to go here on what is a terrific Sunday for baseball here in the middle of July. Ducks game number 3 of a 6-game homestand before a season-long 10-game road trip. So the Ducks hoping to end this series with a win, leading into the 3-game set against the crosstown rival Bridgeport Bluefish, who took the finale of a 4-game set against the Somerset Patriots earlier this afternoon. So Jared Lansford is ready to go on the mound. Justin Green is set in the batter's box. And the first pitch of today's ball game is a fastball upstairs for ball one.
Today's official Sultan Transportation Services start time of the game is 5:12.
We begin at 5:12 p.m. here on this Sunday evening. And the 1-0. There's a fastball strike in the outside corner.
Transportation Services temperature of the ball game is 77 degrees.
77 degrees, very little humidity, perfect weather, clear skies overhead, a couple of puffy clouds, but nothing threatening at all. And now the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Way out in front of that one was Green as he chased down and away. So the count goes to 1-2. Not much wind to speak of. If anything, very, very, very light breeze blowing in from left center field. But flags pretty much all just hanging without much movement. 1-2. Slider missed low and outside from Lansford. That'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Green is at .389 on the year. Atlantic League leader in batting average. 4 homers, 22 runs batted in. Lansford works from the windup on the mound. And his 2-2 to Green. Fastball missed low in the dirt. Down and away. That'll run the count full. Again, the Revolution enter 5-4 in the second half of the season. Ducks 2-7. York is 2 games behind Lancaster. The Ducks 3.5 back entering today of Somerset. Now time called. Green wiping the back of his neck. Looks like he must have had a bug fly around there. Now he is ready, and now Lansford is ready. And the 3-2 on the way is swung on and tapped foul behind the plate. Over towards the Revolution on deck circle. And we'll do it once again with the count full. Crowd still filing in here, better than 5,000 expected on this Sunday afternoon. Lansford gets the sign from Vasquez. And the 3-2 pitch on the way. Kicks and fires, and Green will take inside for ball 4. So Justin Green works the leadoff walk against Jared Lansford, and now the speedy Green will head down to first base, and Lansford will certainly have to keep an eye on him. York is a lineup full of speed, the Atlantic League leaders in stolen bases. And Justin Green this year, 18 steals. He has been caught 5 times. So Green works the leadoff walk, and now Wilson Valdez will come to the plate. Lansford walked just 1 Revolution batter in 5 innings back on June 27th in York. So here's Valdez from the right side, shortstop and number 2 hitter. From the stretch, Lansford deals, and the fastball hits the outside corner for strike 1. Home plate umpire today is Richard Katz. Around at first base is Frank Leparic, and over at third is Warren Nicholson. First umpiring of the series here for Richard Katz. Leparic and Nicholson have been around for all 3. 0-1, square in a bunt, and it's bunted back to the mound. Lansford to his right, Fields throws to first for the putout. So the sacrifice is successful, and the out goes 1-3. And moving down to second base is Justin Green. Valdez has been at the top of the league in the sacrifice bunt department this year. That is his 9th sack of the season. He also has 3 sacrifice flies, so he has been getting the job done for York all year long. They get Green in a scoring position with 1 out, and that'll bring up the left fielder Eric Patterson. Ducks have scored the first run of each of the first 2 games in this series, and scored the first run in the first 3 games in Lancaster before the All-Star break, but they have not come up with a win in any of those games. First pitch to Eric Patterson, misses low and outside for ball 1 from Lansford. Patterson has had quite a series for York. Average now up to .301 on the year, 8 home runs, and 50 runs batted in. A 1-0 pitch upcoming. Lansford deals, and Patterson takes outside again. Count now goes to 2-0. Patterson is 6 of 8 in the series. He has 3 triples in the series, which ties him for the Atlantic League record for triples in a season with Wayne Leiden and Lloyd Turner. 2-0 from Lansford to Patterson, and the pitch is swung on and lifted foul. Third base side out of play. The lead on the swing there was the left-handed hitter, and the count 2-1. Lights are slowly starting to come on here at Bethpage Ballpark. The lights above the scoreboard in left center have now turned on. No lights yet, though, out in right center. Can't see the others as they are to the sides or behind us. And the wind has picked up a little bit now, blowing in from left center field. 2-1 on the way from Lancer to Patterson. Looks to second. Now deals to the plate, and this is popped up in the air, foul again. Third base side and back into the seats. So that evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Justin Green, the runner at second. He drew a leadoff walk, then was sacrificed to second by Wilson Valdez. Now we will have a 2-ball, 2-strike pitch upcoming momentarily from Jared Lansford. Infield plays straight away. And here comes the 2-2. Lansford looks to second a couple times. Now he'll deal to the plate, and Patterson takes a fastball upstairs for ball 3. Patterson laying off the high fastball there from Jared Lansford, forcing the count full of 3-2. Can't imagine they would send Green here with an open shot to third base for Vasquez with a lefty hitter at the plate. Though Harris is well off the bag at third. So we'll have a 3-2 here from the Ducks right-hander. Looks to second, deals to the plate, and Patterson swings and hits one high in the air to right field. Going back is the right fielder Lantini, and you can forget it. Over both walls and right, a long 2-run home run from Eric Patterson, and the Revolution strike first and lead it 2-0. York's offense, which has been very good all season, continuing in high gear, and Patterson continuing his fantastic series with another extra base hit, his 9th home run of the season, 51st and 52nd runs batted in of the year. And 3 batters into the game. Jared Lansford has given up as many runs as he has in his last 2 starts combined, which spanned 16 innings of baseball. So here's Chad Tracy to the plate now. And the first pitch is a fastball cut on and foul tipped into the glove of Jan Vasquez for strike 1. Vasquez doing the catching behind home plate today after Brandon Bance started the first 2 games of the series. Big breaking ball missed up and inside for ball 1. That is the 56th home run of the year for York, 3 more than the Ducks, who have 53. Tracy at 265, 11 home runs, 57 runs batted in. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Way late on that fastball was Chad Tracy. And the count now goes to 1-2. So we'll see if that is a good fortune for the Ducks, even though they fall behind here early by 2 runs. Again, the Ducks lost the first 2 games of this series, but scored the first run of the game. So maybe their luck will turn around here today. 1-2 pitch, and Tracy swings and pops it up foul. First base side, Brodeen chases, but this will be well back into the seats. Back into the 200 level, about section 208. And the count will stay 1-2. York fighting early on here against Jared Lansford, making him throw a lot of pitches, 19 already here in the inning. 1-2. Pitch to Tracy. Fastball, just missed inside. On leaving up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Revolution won last night's game 5-4. They took the opener of the series 5-2 on Friday night. And the 2-2 from Lansford is swung on and popped foul again by Tracy. First base side out of play. York's been doing this all series long against the starters in the bullpen. They fight off so many pitches and have very long at bats. And it has to be frustrating if you're a pitcher trying to find a way to navigate through this lineup. You don't want to leave anything over the plate like Lansford did on the 3-2 that Patterson hit out, but you don't want to have to keep throwing pitches. Here he is able to blow one by Tracy, though, over the inside corner for strike 3. So that's the first strikeout of the day for Lansford. 2 away here in the top of the first inning, and that'll bring up Travis Garcia.
Hitting in the fifth position for the York Revolution, third baseman, number 17, Travis Garcia, number 17.
Again, it is tough because you feel like you're making good pitches, but ultimately cannot retire batters as they continually foul off these tough pitches and ultimately try something else, and it's left over the plate and they end up hitting it hard for a base hit or hit it out. First pitch misses low to Garcia, 1-0. Travis Garcia, the third baseman and 5-hitter, at .272 on the year. 10 homers, 35 runs batted in. Now the 1-0 from Lansford. And this is a strike on the outside corner. And fastball tailing over the outside part of the plate. Count 1-1. Brian Nelson waits on deck for the Ducks. For the Revolution, excuse me. Former Duck. 1-1. And that fastball downstairs for ball 2. Sun shining here at Bethpage Ballpark. Early 2-0 lead for the Revolution. Two-one pitch from Jared Lansford. Swung on and missed. And Lansford keeping it to the outside part of the plate. And Garcia tried to pull it. That'll even up the count at 2-2. Garcia had a solo home run in yesterday's game. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and the base is empty here in the top of the first. And the 2-2 is swung on and fouled off first base side and out of play. 27 pitches here in the first inning for Jared Lansford. This is just the 5th batter of the inning. He's had counts of 3-2, 3-2, 2-2, 0-1, and now 2-2 here. Lots of foul balls as well. 2-2. That missed inside under the hands of Garcia to run the count full. So Garcia trying to work his way on with 2 outs here in the opening inning. And the 3-ball, 2-strike pitch on the way is inside and high for ball 4. So Lansford allows the 2-out walk to Garcia, 2nd walk of the inning for Jared. And Vasquez is going to go out to the mound to try and calm down his right-hander. Part of the frustrating thing that we have seen, too, for the Ducks is they have gotten a lot of hits throughout the course of this 7-game losing streak, but haven't been able to come up with that big hit. They only have 1 home run during the streak. And meanwhile, here in the inning, York has just 1 hit, but it has counted for 2 runs. And they have a 2-0 lead, and that's been the difference. His opponents have gotten the big hits, the home runs. The Ducks have not. But still plenty of time for Long Island to come back in this game. Brian Nelson will come up to the plate here with 2 outs and a runner at first. Switch hitter batting from the left side. And the first pitch from Lansford is taken on the outside corner for strike 1. Nelson combined between the River Sharks and the Revolution, hitting .246, no homers, 19 runs batted in. .01. And this is popped up in the air, foul, first base side of home plate. Vasquez chasing, but this will be back into the seats. Nice catch by a fan wearing a glove over in section 204. Well, the count now 0-2 on Brian Nelson. Lansford trying to get through this inning. 30-pitch first inning for the right-hander. York leads 2-0, but trying to avoid any further damage. Here comes the 0-2. Lansford is ready. Kicks and fires, and Nelson takes outside for ball 1. Garcia, the runner at first base, has not stolen a base this year. Does not have good speed. Being held on by Joe Ashburdine. 1-2. Nelson swings and just gets a piece. Fouls it off at home plate. As Lansford was trying for his 2nd strikeout of the inning. Eric Patterson with a 2-run home run here in the first has put the Revolution in front. And Lansford steps back up onto the mound with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Set to go from the stretch, and the pitch. Swung on and popped foul behind the plate, upstairs and out of play. And once again, seen a lot of foul balls here from the Revolution early on. They are making Jared battle here early in this game. Next pitch will be the 35th of the inning for Lansford. Runner leads at first with 2 out in the 1-2. Swung on a line into right field, and that is going to be a base hit in front of Lentini. Stopping at second is Garcia. Second hit of the inning for York. And the inning will continue.
Hitting in the 7th position, the second baseman, number 11, Elfio Castro, number 11.
So 2 on now with 2 out on a walk and a single. And that is going to bring up Ophelio Castro. Castro will bat from the right side. Second baseman and 7-hitter for York. Lansford looks back to Garcia at second. First pitch is a fastball strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Castro at 249 on the season. He has 2 homers and 31 runs batted in. Oh-1. And another fastball in for a strike. So Lansford quickly gets ahead at 0-2 with 2 out and 2 on. 2-0 Revolution lead early on. Salvador Paniagua waiting on deck, and Jared Lansford trying to work his way through a tough opening inning. Gets the sign from Vasquez, and now the 0-2. Pitch on the way, and it is swung on and slashed foul down the right field line. Now we will do it once again at 0-2. Very pesky Revolution team that had a tough go of it against the Bridgeport Bluefish in the first series of the second half, or excuse me, the second series of the second half. But has rebounded nicely here in their first series following the All-Star break. 0-2. Lifted in the air, right field towards the line. Long run for Lentini. He won't get it, but it will land foul. So Lentini will pick it up and flip it to a fan in the stands. Castro has one of those swings where he kind of pulls his left foot out towards left field and kind of hacks at the baseball, and oftentimes will go down the right field line. Runners lead at first and second, 2 out, and another 0-2 coming from Lansford. He kicks, he fires, and this is outside for ball 1. 40 pitches now here for Lansford in this first inning. 25 strikes, 15 balls. And not the start the Ducks right-hander was looking for. Only 2 runs are on the board, but I'm going to throw a ton of pitches here in this opening inning. 1-2. Foul, back to the screen behind home plate. Boy, does it have to be frustrating right now for Jared Lansford, making some good pitches. But the Revolution just finding ways to fight every single one of them off. The count now goes to 1-2 on Castro. Paniagua again waiting on deck. Here's the 1-2 from Lansford. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Blows the fastball over the outside corner, and that will end the inning. But not before the Revolution make Lansford throw 42 pitches. They get 2 runs on 2 hits and leave 2. We have played a half inning. It's York 2. The Ducks coming to bat on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio. Back here at Bethpage Ballpark, we head to the bottom half of the first inning. 42 pitches for Jared Lansford in the first inning, but ultimately strikes out Ophelio Castro to avoid any further trouble, and it's a 2-0 York lead early on. The Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up again this season to present the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union serving members since 1916. So Scott Gorgon takes the mound with an early 2-0 lead. Exactly what York wanted to do was give the struggling right-hander an early lead, as Gorgon this year has definitely not had his best stuff on the mound. Combined between the Camden River Sharks and the York Revolution, he is 3-7 with an ERA of 7.55. And so here in his third start with York and 11th start overall this season, he will take the mound at Bethpage Ballpark and trying to earn his second win of the season here on this field. So Phelan Lentini is going to lead things off for the Ducks. He'll be followed by Cody Puckett and Lou Ford, as the Ducks try to immediately answer against this Revolution team. So Lentini digs into the right-hander's batter's box, and ready to go is Gorgon. First pitch, and it is taken for a strike in the outside corner. Lentini squares the bunt, pulled back, and the count 0-1. Lentini now wondering where that pitch was. He arguing with home plate umpire Richard Katz. They exchange a couple words, and that's it. 0-1 from Gorgon, and Lentini lifts this one foul down the right field line to run the count to 0-2. Lentini enters at .321 on the year, 2 home runs, 38 runs batted in. And now the 0-2 on the way is tailing outside for ball 1. Lentini second in the Atlantic League in the stolen base department with 31 behind the shortstop on the other side of the field, Wilson Valdez. This one grounded foul to the third base coach's box. Went off the hand of manager Kevin Baez, who picks it up and will now flip it to a young fan in the crowd. So we'll do it again at 1-2. Lentini, though, leads the league in at-bats and in doubles. 1-2. Chopped foul, this time back to the screen behind home plate. Lentini got jammed that time by Gorgon. One ball, 2 strikes, nobody out here in the bottom of the first inning. Gorgon works out of the windup. And the 1-2 pitch is swung on and grounded to the right side and through. A base hit for Phelan Lentini. So a good start for the Ducks as he hits it through the big hole on the right side. And it's now 19 straight games with a hit for Phelan Lentini, and hits in 40 of his last 41 games. What an incredible stretch for Phelan Lentini. A 21-game hitting streak, 4 shy of the Ducks' all-time record. Had a day when he went 0 for 4 and then rebounded to start a new 19-game hitting streak now. So he's trying to have his second 20-game hitting streak of the season. He'll try and do that tomorrow morning if he gets the start, which I assume he would. Here's Cody Puckett. First pitch is a fastball in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Puckett on the year hitting .283, 3 home runs and 41 runs batted in. Righty-righty matchup with Gorgon. And the 0-1. Fastball is low to even the count at a ball and a strike. So Scott Gorgon, not his brother Matt, who still is pitching with the River Sharks. He is their closer. Scott works out of the stretch, flutters that left glove as he gets the sign, throws over to first, and Lentini is back safely ahead of the tag from Chad Tracy. I mentioned Lentini second in the Atlantic League in stolen bases with 31. But he is a perfect 31 for 31 in the stolen base department this year. 1-1, and Puckett takes way inside for a ball. Count now goes to 2-1. Wilson Valdez, who leads the league with 32 stolen bases, has been caught 5 times. So, although he has 1 more stolen base, Lentini has been much more efficient in his stolen base attempts. Another throw over, and again Lentini back ahead of the throw. Lentini has gotten picked off a couple times recently, trying to steal, but has not been caught stealing yet. Another throw over, and again Lentini just back ahead of the tag from Chad Tracy, and now Lentini asks for time from Frank LaParrot. Lentini looks like he might have shaken up something there as he slid back in, asked for time, now kind of hopping around near first base. But he appears to be okay, and we'll go take his lead again. We'll have another 2-1 from Scott Gorgan. Gets set. Here's the pitch. Lentini goes. It's taken for a strike. The throw down to second base. Not in time. It goes into center field. Lentini steps up and stumbled a bit trying to go for third. So we'll hold on there. But he has his 32nd stolen base and immediately pulls back into a tie for the league lead with Wilson Valdez. 32 for 32 now in the stolen base department. Two on the way here to Puckett, and the pitch is swung and grounded towards the middle. The shortstop Valdez will field and throw to first in time to retire Cody Puckett. Crossing over to third is Lentini, and one away here in the bottom of the first inning.
Hitting in the third position for Long Island, the center fielder, number 20, Lou Ford, number 20.
So here is Lou Ford, who will bat from the right side, number 3 hitter and center fielder. And the first pitch is swung on and grounded foul up the third base line. So the count is 0-1. The Ducks immediately putting a runner at third base with one out here in the opening inning as they try and chip into this 2-0 deficit. Ford second in the Atlantic League with a .365 batting average, 11 home runs, 60 runs batted in. Now the 0-1 from Gorgan. Looks to third, deals, and Ford will take a breaking ball low and outside. And that will even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ford on the year with 4 sacrifice flies. Here's the 1-1. And that misses the outside corner. So Lou Ford ahead in the count, 2-1 here. Ford was overtaken for the Atlantic League lead in runs batted in yesterday by Cole Garner of Lancaster, who picked up his 61st RBI of the season. A 2-1 from Gorgan. Swung on and missed. Big breaking ball, and Ford with a big healthy hack, but could not make contact. Now the count even at 2-2 with Adam Bailey waiting on deck. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 out. Bottom half of the first inning. From the stretch, the 2-2. Gorgan kicks and fires, and Ford takes inside and low for ball 3. He runs the count full at 3-2 and trying to find his way on base, but the tying runs on for Adam Bailey. Here comes the payoff pitch. Lentini leads at third. And the 3-2 is swung on and grounded foul. Third base side off of the facing of the Revolution dugout. So now the Ducks trying to do what York did to Jared Lansford in the opening inning, and that's fight off some tough pitches from the starter. Make him battle, make him throw a ton of pitches. Again, Lansford threw 42 in that opening inning. And right now, Gorgan is at 17. 3-2 on the way. The kick, the pitch, and this swung on and missed for strike 3. Big fastball over the outside corner. And Ford was late on it. First strikeout for Gorgon. And 2 away here in the bottom of the first inning.
Batting in the cleanup position for Long Island. Outfielder number 13, Adam Bailey, number 13.
So here is Adam Bailey to the plate. Bailey hits from the left side against Gorgon. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that missed way outside for ball number 1. Bailey has driven in 2 runs in each of the first 2 games of this series. And now has 48 runs batted in on the year, 11 homers, and a .281 batting average. Here's the 1-0. And Bailey takes again outside, missed the corner. And it gets ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Bailey was an Atlantic League All-Star, played for the All-Star team against the Sugar Land Skeeters on Wednesday in Texas. .2-0, and that is in for a strike. Count goes 2-1. Two ones, ground ball to the right side. The second baseman there, Ophelio Castro, throws to first in time for the out. And the side retired in the bottom of the first. So the leadoff single for Phelan Lentini goes for naught. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left on base. We have played 1. It is 2-0 York on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Double doors.
Back here at Bethpage Ballpark, we take this game to the second, where the Long Island Ducks trail the York Revolution by a count of 2-0. Time for the Ducks Health Report, which is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapist of the Long Island Ducks. Only one player to speak of, and that is shortstop Dan Lyons, who was scratched from yesterday's game after taking a ground ball. Got hit with a ground ball in batting practice. Got shooken up a little bit. Nothing serious, but is day-to-day after suffering that injury, so hopefully everything is okay. But Kevin Mize giving him the day off today after getting hit with that ground ball yesterday. Otherwise, everybody's healthy. Josh Lansford, who had been battling some shoulder stiffness, is available. We'll see if he comes in relief of his brother Jared at any point today. Jared will try and rebound after a very long top half of the first inning in which he gave up 2 runs on 2 hits and a couple of walks and threw 42 pitches, 27 of them for strikes. So Lansford steps back up onto the mound, and he will face Salvador Paniagua, Sean Smith, and Justin Green here in the second.
Catcher number 34, Salvador Paniagua, number 34.
So here is Paniagua to bat from the right side, catcher and 8-hitter for the Revs. And the first pitch on the way from Jared Lansford is swung on a hit high in the air to shallow center, going out to second baseman Cody Puckett on the outfield grass, and he will make the catch. So on 1 pitch, Paniagua retired, and that's the first out of the second. Already a much better start to the inning for Jared Lansford. In Lansford, 4-3 on the year, 3.23 ERA, which is 6th best in the Atlantic League. Through 13 starts this year, he's given up 73 hits in 78 innings, just 24 walks to 62 strikeouts. And in his previous 2 starts entering today, he went 8 innings each time and allowed 1 run each time. First pitch, and there's a fastball strike. On the outside corner, 0-1 to Sean Smith. Lansford certainly deserved a much better fate than his last time out when he allowed just 3 hits and 2 walks in 8 innings, 1 run, struck out 5 against Lancaster. 0-1 is a strike again on the outside corner to Smith. And the Ducks took a 4-1 lead into the 9th inning for Lansford, but John Malone allowed 2 home runs in the inning to tie the ball game, and then Lancaster won it in extra innings. A very, very tough loss. Might have been the toughest of this series, of this losing streak. Check swing, home plate umpire Richard Katz says that Smith went around on the check swing for strike 3. Third K for Lansford. And quickly 2 outs here in the 2nd inning.
Back to the top of the order for the York Revolution with right fielder number 7, Justin Green, number 7.
So with 2 away and the base is empty, here comes Justin Green, the right fielder, to the plate. First pitch upcoming, and Green will take a breaking ball strike over the inside corner, and it's 0-1. Green drew a walk his first time up and then scored in the inning on the home run by Patterson. 0-1, and Green takes outside this time to even the count at 1-1. Yesterday, Green at the plate drew a couple of walks, had 2 hits, a run scored, and a stolen base. 1-1, swing and a miss. Way out in front of that pitch was Green, and Lansford trying to work a 1-2-3 second inning after his long first. The 1-2 on the way. Kicks, fires, and this is upstairs. And the count goes even at 2-2. Here's the 2-2 to Green. And that just missed the outside corner. Lansford took a couple steps off the mound, thought he had strike 3. But Green again staying patient at the plate and has worked the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Base is empty with 2 out. Here comes the payoff. Lansford deals, and Green will swing and chop one weakly up the third base line. Foul. So Green staying alive. And we'll have another payoff pitch upcoming. Once again, Green battling here against Jared Lansford. Here's the 3-2 once again, and this is swung on and lined into center field. Ford slipped trying to race in, and that'll drop for a base hit. So Justin Green gets the 2-out single to center field, and has been on base twice in 2 innings here today. So that'll give Wilson Valdez an opportunity with 2 down and 1 on.
Wilson Valdez, number 21.
So here is Valdez, who laid down a sacrifice bunt in his first plate appearances. First pitch upcoming from Jared Lansford, and this is taken for a strike on the inside corner by Valdez, 0-1. Yesterday, Valdez was 2 for 4 at the plate. He was hit by a pitch, had a couple of infield singles, one of which was on a bunt, and now having a word with home plate umpire Richard Katz. I guess he didn't like where that last pitch was dealt. It'll be an 0-1 here from Lansford. Throws over to first, and Green is back safely. Again, Green, 18 stolen bases on the year and has been caught 5 times.
Oh, you guys want to move over here, or you're comfortable back there? You're good? Thank you. You guys comfortable?
Here comes an 0-1. Lansford from the stretch is set. Throws over to first, and again, Green is back ahead of the tag. Adam Bailey's in left field, Lou Ford in center, Phelan Lentini around in right. On the infield, it's Brennan Harris at third, Sergio Miranda at short. Cody Punk at the second baseman, Joe Ashbrodeen over at first. And behind home plate doing the catching is Jan Vasquez. 0-1 to Valdez. Lansford is set, deals, and Valdez takes low. And I'm leaving up the count at 1-1. So again, Green with a long at bat, singles on the 7th pitch, and Valdez with a 1-1 count on Lansford. Righty-righty matchup with 2 down. 2-0 Revs lead here in the second. And the 1-1 is a fastball upstairs. Lansford missed for ball 2. Valdez, a former big leaguer. His 32 stolen bases are also a Revolution record for a single season. Throw over, and again, back safely is Justin Green. That's the big difficulty with this York lineup, is they've got some good power in there. Guys like Chad Tracy and Travis Garcia, Eric Patterson too, with his 9th home run back in the 1st inning. They've also got a ton of speed and guys who can hit for average. 2-1, runner goes, pitch is taken for a strike. The throw to second base is in time. Nice throw from Jan Vasquez to Cody Puckett, who slapped the tag down on Justin Green. So the caught stealing goes 2-4, and that gets the Ducks out of the inning. No runs, 1 hit, and because of the caught stealing, nobody left. We have played an inning and a half, 2-0 York on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
Don't forget, boys and girls, after the game today between the York Revolution and your Long Island Ducks, you'll be invited to run the bases here at the ballpark. We will let you know when and where to line up.
We go to the bottom of the second inning with the Revolution holding a 2-0 lead over this Long Island Ducks team. Want to remind fans that every double play the Ducks turn this season is presented by the New York State Public Employees Federation, PEF, the problem-solving union providing health care services, mental health services, and services to the developmentally disabled. New York State Public Employees Federation, the union that cares for the community. So the Ducks will try and chip into this 2-0 deficit in inning number 2, and they will send to the plate Bill Hall, Brendan Harris, and Joash Brodeen against the right-hander Scott Gorgon. First pitch on the way, and Hall will take a fastball strike in the outside corner, 0-1. Phelan Lantini led off the game with a base hit to right, stole second, and made his way to third on the ground out by Cody Puckett. But Lou Ford struck out, and Adam Bailey grounded to second to end the threat. And now the 0-1 Hall is swung on and tapped foul behind the plate. Now the count quickly 0-2. Hall went 1 for 3 in his season debut yesterday with a run scored, a walk, and a strikeout. So the count 0-2 here as Hall tries to work his way on the leadoff in inning number 2. 0-2 pitch, and Hall takes low and outside for ball 1. Ducks mascot Quackerjack right in front of us here down on the lower concourse behind home plate, saying hello to fans, taking some pictures with the field behind. Some nice action shots and nice family portraits here at the Duck Pond. 1-2 pitch, and Hall swings and misses for strike 3 at the breaking ball. Second strikeout for Gorgan. And there's one away in the second inning. Gorgan's season high of strikeouts was 4. He's done that 5 different times this year. So Gorgan already halfway to that season high total with 2 strikeouts today. And with 1 out and the bases empty, here comes the third baseman, Brendan Harris. Harris will stand in from the right side, and the first pitch on the way is a strike over the outside corner. And the count 0-1. Harris enters at .290 on the year, 3 home runs, 19 runs batted in, and a very nice day at the plate yesterday. 0-1, and this one misses up and away. Now leaving up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Harris was 2 for 3 at the plate yesterday, had a run scored. Drew his 3rd walk of the series as well. So the count even up at 1-1 here. Bases empty, 1 out in the bottom of the second. Infield shifted around here to the left side. The second baseman Castro plays almost behind the second base bag. And the 1-1 is a looping breaking ball up and in for ball 2. Harris will be followed by Brodeen, who will try and follow up his great night last night. 2-1. Harris swings, fouls it off first base side. Out of play. And we will do it again with a count this time now of 2-2. Ducks are in the orange jerseys, typically worn on day games, especially on Sundays. And the 2-2 is low in the dirt. Blocked there at the plate by Paniagua for ball 3. And the Revolution for the first time in this series wearing the road craze with the York lettering on the front and the number on the back. 3-2 pitch, and Harris will take low and outside for ball 4. So for the 4th time in this 3-game set, Brendan Harris has drawn a walk. First given up by Gorgan here this afternoon, and it's a Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quackerjack Foundation wins. So Brendan Harris draws the leadoff walk. And with the runner at first and 1 away, that is going to bring Joe Ash Brodeen to the plate. Switch hitter batting from the left side. Gorgan will have to work out of the stretch. And the first pitch on the way is dealt on the outside corner for strike 1. Brodeen hitting .247 now on the year after a 3-for-4 performance last night. 5 home runs and now 39 runs batted in. He drove in 2 yesterday. 0-1. That's his grounded foul up the first base line. Past John Myers, who was doing some coaching down at first base. And the count quickly, 0-2. Very nice crowd on hand here on this Sunday afternoon. Gorgeous weather. Very few, if any, clouds in the sky right now overhead. Lights are on here with the wind blowing in from left center field, kind of towards home plate. 0-2, and Brodeen swings and misses for strike 3. Kind of a weak hack there out in front of a breaking ball. So 3rd strikeout already here for Gorgan. 2 outs in this second inning. Now that will bring up the catcher, Jan Vasquez.
Catcher number 23, Jan Vasquez, number 23.
So 2 away, and that'll bring up Jan Vasquez, switch hitter from the left side. Now the first pitch is taken for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. 3 straight switch hitters at the bottom of the order: Brodeen, Vasquez, and Miranda. Vasquez at .226, 2 home runs, 12 driven in. Brendan Harris leads at first. He drew a 1-out walk. And the 0-1 coming from Gorgan. Vasquez takes off the outside corner, 1-1. These two were teammates briefly in Camden earlier this year. Gorgon eventually went to the Revolution, and Vasquez came in a trade to Long Island. Gorgon was officially signed and activated on June 26th after the River Sharks released him. A 1-1 here, grounded foul to the Ducks dugout on the first base side. The count goes to 1-2, and Gorgon trying to work his way through a scoreless second inning. Eric Patterson's 2-run home run in the top of the first inning. The only runs of the ball game so far. Here comes a 1-2 pitch. Gorgon deals, and Vasquez takes off the outside corner. Good pitch, just missed. Count now even at 2-2. If Vasquez gets on, Sergio Miranda would be the next hitter to come to the plate. Harris leads at first, and a throw over to there is not in time. Tracy didn't even attempt to tag Harris, but Tracy is holding on the runner at first. Harris has not attempted a steal this year. 2-2. Vasquez takes a called strike 3 on the outside corner. Fastball from Gorgon, who has 4 strikeouts through 2 innings, matching his season high for a single game. And he strikes out the side in the inning. No runs, no hits, a walk, and a runner left on base. 2 complete. It's the Revolution 2, the Ducks nothing on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio. To the third inning we go here at Bethpage Ballpark. Early 2-0 lead for the York Revolution. Fans discover the difference in Huntington Honda West and get straight down the middle savings on Long Island's #1 lineup of Honda certified used cars. Huntington Honda West doesn't play games or small ball. Check out the giant indoor showroom along with hundreds of premium used vehicles available at HuntingtonHondaCars.com or visit Huntington Honda West on Jericho Turnpike, just a half-mile east of Route 110. Huntington Honda was yesterday's game sponsor as well and presented a terrific pyrotechnical fireworks extravaganza following the game. And throughout the course of the year, the Ducks have several pyrotechnical fireworks extravaganzas. And next one coming up this Wednesday when the Ducks play the finale of a 3-game series against the Bridgeport Bluefish. Lots of exciting things going on this week. Tomorrow is camp day. You can also play hooky if you're at work. Play hooky coming out to the Duck Pond, 11:05 start time. And then Tuesday and Wednesday night, 7:05 start times with the gates opening at 6:05. On Tuesday night, a real special treat as the first 1,500 fans are going to take home bobbleheads featuring Ducks mascot Quackerjack hoisting the Atlantic League Championship trophy. And then on Wednesday night, as we mentioned, a pyrotechnical fireworks extravaganza to close out the 6-game homestand. So it should be a great start to the week before the Ducks hit the road. And tickets are still available for all 3 games. So here's Wilson Valdez to the plate. Valdez had a 2-2 count on him before Justin Green was caught stealing second in the second inning. And the first pitch here is taken for a called strike, 0-1. We'll give you some updates on the out-of-town scoreboard this inning as well. Get you caught up on action around the Atlantic League. 3 other games going on today, one of which is final. 0-1. Now that's again on the inside corner for a strike. The count quickly 0-2. Bridgeport Bluefish took the finale of a 4-game series with the Somerset Patriots, 7-6 up at the ballpark at Harbor Yard in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Bluefish will then head here to Long Island. The winning pitcher was Hunter Jones. He improved to 5-7. Matt Zielinski, the loss, fell to 7-4. The 0-2 to Valdez is a breaking ball outside. Winston Abreu picked up his 15th save of the year. No home runs for either side. Prentice Redmond had 3 hits and 3 RBIs for Bridgeport. Wells also had 3 hits for the Bluefish. Breaking ball chopped here to third. Couple hops for Brendan Harris. He'll field and fire across in time to retire Valdez as he jogs up the first base line. So that is out number 1 here in the 3rd inning. So with that win for the Bluefish,
Eric Patterson, number 4.
they improve here in the second half to 6-5. Somerset falls to 6-5, so they are now in a tie for first place in the Liberty Division. Camden entered 2.5 games in back of Somerset today at 3-6, and then the Ducks bringing up the rear at 2-7. First pitch on the way to Eric Patterson, and that is taken upstairs for ball 1. They're in the bottom of the 9th inning right now. I believe that game just went final, or excuse me, it's going to go extra innings. 2-2 the score between the Barnstormers and the Skeeters down in Sugar Land, Texas. 1-0, lifted in the air, left center field. Moving in a couple steps is John Myers. He will make the catch. Adam Bailey will make the catch. So Bailey retires Patterson after Patterson had a 2-run home run right in the first inning. 2 away, and that'll bring up Chad Tracy. Sean Gallagher started for the Skeeters. Gary Majeski now pitching. Corey Wade started for the Barnstormers, and it is Jason Richardson now in the game. Ben Francisco has driven in both runs for Lancaster. The only Skeeter with an RBI today is Travis Scott. First pitch from Lansford to Tracy, and this is hit on the ground at third. And a high hop caroms up and into left field off of Brendan Harris. So safe at first is going to be Tracy, and we'll see how that one is scored. That's going to be an error on Brendan Harris. The ground ball to third, and Harris usually sure-handed at third base, but kind of got handcuffed on that ground ball. Took a little bit of a tricky hop, but got handcuffed a bit. So Tracy is on at first with 2 away, and that will bring up Travis Garcia. First pitch in is a called strike to Garcia. Fastball on the outside corner. And the count 0-1. Garcia drew a walk his first time up. Down in Camden, they are tied at 2 with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, top of the 2nd inning. 0-1. Lifted foul first base side, 0-2. Pedro Liriano starting for the River Sharks. Jake Brown starting for the Blue Crabs. Luke Merton has driven in 2 runs for Southern Maryland. Ryan Pounds has an RBI today for the River Sharks. So that's all the action in the Atlantic League today. Being 0-2 here from Lansford to Garcia as Jared tries to work a scoreless third. Here's the pitch, and Garcia pops it up foul again, first base side into the crowd. Yankees a 3-2 walk-off win at Yankee Stadium to sweep the Reds today. In relief, the winner was David Robertson, who improved to 1-2. The loser was Aroldis Chapman, who fell to 0-3. The Yankees won on a pop-up to right by Brian McCann that fell in between 3 fielders. So kind of a fluke walk-off win, but the Yankees will certainly take it. Another 0-2 to Garcia is swung on and fouled at the plate, just in front of Vasquez. Todd Frazier hit his 20th home run of the season for Cincinnati. Yankees had RBIs from Jeter, Ellsbury, and the walk-off RBI from McCann. Mets trail the Padres 1-0 in the middle of the 7th inning out in San Diego. And so far, Odorisamer Despain has 7 no-hit innings for the Padres. Zach Wheeler started for the Mets and has pitched very well, but they trail 1-0. 0-2. Fastball outside for ball 1. So we'll see if Despain can end up pitching the no-no against the Mets at Petco Park. The Padres run coming on a home run for Yasmani Grandal, his 9th of the season. And Rory McIlroy won the Open Championship in Great Britain. Breaking ball low in the dirt. Nice block there at the plate by Vasquez. So that evens up the count at 2-2. Second straight inning in which Lansford got the first 2 out, but then gave up a base runner and has had a battle here against the 4th batter of the inning. Lansford now up to 70 pitches in the game. Tracy reaching on the error by Brennan Harris, his third of the year. 2-2. Fastball low and outside. And so Lansford now, after getting ahead 0-2 and Garcia fouling off 2 pitches, has seen the count go to 3-2. And if Garcia reaches, Brian Nelson would be next. So the payoff pitch upcoming. From the stretch, Lansford set. Runner goes in the 3-2. Swung on in line into right field, right at Phelan Lantini, who drifts back a couple steps, makes the catch, and the side retired in the third. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and 1 runner left on base. 2.5 complete here at Bethpage Ballpark. And it's the Revs 2, the Ducks nothing on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
As baseball fans, we'd like to send a special greeting today to the fans from...
To the bottom of the third inning we go. Revolution with a 2-0 lead, and when Travis Garcia flied out to Phelan Lantini in right to end the top of the third inning, it was the 15th out of today's ball game. And did you know that a 15-minute phone call to Geico could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That is 1-800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. So the Ducks trail 2-0, being out hit 3-1, and now we'll try and chip into the Revolution lead against Scott Corrigan. It'll be 9-1-2 in the order. Sergio Miranda, Phelan Lantini, and Cody Puckett. So here's Miranda to lead off, switch hitting shortstop, batting from the left side. Again, filling in for Dan Lyons today. Corrigan's first pitch is a fastball strike on the outside, corner 0-1. Miranda enters at 198 on the year, no home runs and 7 runs batted in. 0-1, ground ball to the right side. The second baseman, Castro, will throw over to Tracy at first for the putout. Miranda 0 for 1 today, and 1 out in the third. So Bob O'Tone, the public address announcer here for the Ducks, announcing that Doug Geed, the anchor and reporter from News 12, who was crafted into bobblehead form today and given out to the first 1,500 fans here at Bethpage Ballpark, signing autographs right now on the lower concourse behind the press box here, which is obviously directly behind home plate. First pitch to Phelan Lantini is in for a strike. And if any fans are here in the ballpark, want to go get their bobblehead signed by Doug Geed, he'd be happy to say hello and sign it for you on the lower concourse behind home plate. 0-1. And this is grounded to the left side. Couple hops for Travis Garcia, the third baseman. Throws over to first for the out. So Lantini retired, and now is 1 for 2. 2 ground outs here in the third, and that'll bring up the second baseman, Cody Puckett.
Dug on the second baseman, number 2, Cody Puckett, number 2.
So a 2 away here is Cody Puckett, the second baseman and 2-hitter, batting from the right side. Comes up with the bases empty. Scott Corrigan so far has certainly looked strong on the mound despite having a rough season so far. First pitch on the way to Puckett is chopped on the ground to third, right along the line, but it kicks foul. And the count 0-1. Last time out for Gorgon, July 12th against Bridgeport in a 9-3 loss. Allowed 8 runs on 7 hits in 5 innings of work. Walked 4, struck out 4. He has not won a game since May 26th against Bridgeport, which was his 3rd straight win. He followed that up with 4 straight losses, and then several no decisions until he earned the loss July 12th. 0-1, breaking ball, in for a strike over the inside corner. Puckett thought that was a bit high and inside. And the count quickly goes to 0-2 as Gorgon tries to work his first 1-2-3 inning of the ball game. Right-hander looks in, now is set. And the 0-2. Misses down and away for a ball. So the count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ready to go, Gorgon now. Here's his 1-2 pitch, and Puckett swings and misses at the breaking ball down low for strike 3. 5th strikeout for Scott Gorgon, who has looked dominant early on against this Ducks team. Long Island goes in order. We go to the 4th. 2-0 York on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio. To the 4th inning we go, with the Ducks trailing at 2-0 to the York Revolution here in the final game of this 3-game series, and it is time for the answer, or time for the question. Today's 4th inning trivia question, which is where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks, the Atlantic League, and baseball as a whole. Well, today's question is going to revolve around what Eric Patterson of the York Revolution did yesterday. He tied the Atlantic League record for triples in a single season with 13 of them. Had 2 triples in the game yesterday, now with 13 on the year, which ties what Lloyd Turner of Lancaster did in 2008 and Wayne Blyden of Camden did in 2009. The question, who holds the Long Island Ducks record for most triples in a single season? We will let you think about it. We will give you the answer in the bottom half of this inning. As again, the Long Island Ducks will try and keep it right here at 2-0. Jared Lansford back on the mound for his 4th inning of work. He has allowed at least 1 base runner every inning, but has rebounded nicely in the last 2 innings. After a 47-pitch first inning, he allowed just a 2-out single in the 2nd, and a 2-out error by Brendan Harris allowed Chad Tracy to reach in the 3rd. Aside from that, nothing else. Now, Lansford keeping the Ducks in this game right now, but the Ducks offense hasn't been able to do much of anything against Scott Gorgon. Just 1 hit and 1 walk so far.
Number 37, Brian Nelson. Number 37.
So here is Brian Nelson to the plate, switch hitter batting from the left side. Nelson single to right his first time up, back in the opening inning. And the first pitch on the way is taken low and outside for ball 1. Last night, Nelson had 2 hits in the ball game. He was 2-for-4, was hit by pitches last time up on a high in-tight fastball from John Malone. 1-0, and that misses high. Now the count quickly goes to 2 balls and no strikes on Brian Nelson. Infield, a big shift around here to the right side. And the 2-0 He swung on and grounded past the mound. Nope, caught by Jared Lansford. He will underhand toss it to first in time for the out. Looked like that one was going to sneak past Lansford, but just able to get the glove on it and field it for the first out here in inning number 4. That'll bring up Castro.
Second baseman, number 11, Ofelio Castro, number 11.
So with the one away, here is Castro to the plate. He will step up and bat from the right side. First pitch swinging, he chops this one to the left side in the hole. Miranda fields. A long throw to first is in time for the out. Nice play there by Sergio Miranda. He had to field it, make a quick throw over to first with Castro running and making a long throw with his momentum going out into shallow left, but he makes the strong throw and quickly 2 away.
Your catcher, number 34, Salvador Paniagua, number 34.
So here is Salvador Paniagua, the catcher and 8-hitter. First pitch, and Lansford deals a fastball strike, 0-1. Lansford trying to toss his first 1-2-3 inning of the game. A 1 is lifted down the right field line, fairly well hit, but slicing foul. Out into section 218 in the count, 0-2. Oh-2, swing and a foul tip at home plate. Vasquez slamming his fist in his glove, saying that he wanted to catch that ball. Felt he should have, but Paniagua stays alive on the foul ball. Next pitch is a breaking ball that misses down and away. So the count now 1-2 on Paniagua. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The line and the pitch. Swung on and broken bat liner to right, and that's going to be a base hit for Paniagua. So Salvador Paniagua with 2 strikes on him goes the opposite way for a single. 4th hit of the game for York. And for a 4th straight inning, or 3rd straight inning, I should say, after retiring the first 2, Lansford is denied the 1-2-3 inning.
Center fielder, number 12, Sean Smith, number 12.
First pitch misses outside for ball 1 to Sean Smith, who struck out swinging his first time up. Paniagua now 1 for 2 after he popped his second in his first at bat. Next pitch here, popped up a mile high into shallow right, racing in his Phelan Lantini. And along the line, he'll make the catch to retire Smith for the final out of the inning. So in the inning, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 left on base. We have played 3.5 here at Bethpage Ballpark. 2-0 York on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
12 Long Island. If you're interested in bringing a crew to a game this season, stop by the Long Island Ducks ticket kiosk on the main concourse with a line plate to get more valuable information.
We are back here at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, where the Long Island Ducks and the York Revolution play the final game of this 3-game series. Time for the answer to today's 4th inning trivia, where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks and baseball as a whole. We gave you the question. In the top half of the 4th inning, Eric Patterson yesterday tying the Atlantic League record for most triples in a single season with 13 of them. He tied the record set by Wayne Lyden in 2008 and set by Lloyd Turner, in 2008 and matched by Wayne Lyden in 2009. The question: what is the record for most triples by a Duck in a single season? And a bonus: who is it that holds that record? Well, if you guessed 11 triples, you would be correct. And if you guessed Kennard Jones as the player, you would get the bonus. Kennard Jones in 2011 for the Ducks racked up 11 triples for Long Island in a terrific season for the Ducks that ultimately fell just short of their ultimate goal of an Atlantic League championship by 2 games to this same York Revolution team. But Kennard Jones had a fine season for the Ducks. He ended up playing the season with the Bridgeport Bluefish as well, and now working solely on his clothing company. Lou Ford grounds the first pitch from Gorgon to third, and on one hop, Garcia fields and throws to first. So Ford retired on the first pitch he sees here in the 4th. And that is now 6 straight retired by Gorgon after the walk to Brendan Harris in the 2nd, 1 away. Here in the bottom of the 4th.
Long Island left fielder number 13, Adam Bailey, number 13.
So with 1 away, here comes Adam Bailey, the left fielder and cleanup hitter, batting from the left side. He grounded a second in his first at bat. Again, the Ducks have just 2 base runners off of Gorgon so far today. And the first pitch to Bailey is off the outside corner for ball 1. Phelan Lentini led off the first with a single, made his way to third with 1 out, but could not score. And then Brendan Harris drew a 1-out walk in the 2nd, but never advanced past first base. 1-0, and Bailey takes a strike on the outside corner to even the count at 1-1. Scott Gorgon with 5 strikeouts today, his season high for a single game. Now the 1-1. Bailey takes outside again. And that is ball 2. When Gorgon gets ready to go on the mound, right before he throws his pitch, he kind of wiggles that glove on his left hand before he ends up throwing it. 2-1. Bailey takes, and this one is downstairs for ball 3. Kind of an odd little habit in his rotation with that glove where he kind of waves his fingers back and forth. 3-1. Lifted in the air, left field towards the line. Long run for the left fielder. Patterson, he dives, he can't get it. It drops in fair and heads into the corner. Bailey on his way to second. He is going to stop there, round second, but will hold on. And Adam Bailey has the first extra base hit of the ball game for the Ducks with a double down the left field line. That breaks the string of 6 straight retired by Gorgon. 13th double of the year for Adam Bailey. And his 2nd extra base hit of the series. In fact, the Ducks have just 2 extra base hits this series, both of them coming off the bat of Bailey, and both of them doubles. He had an RBI double in the 1st inning of the series opener on Friday night. So Bailey has the double, and now Bill Hall will step up to the plate. As the Ducks put the first runner in scoring position since Lentini stole second base in the opening inning. So Hall will dig in, a strikeout victim his first time up, swinging against Scott Gorgon. First pitch on the way, and Hall will take a fastball strike over the inside corner, 0-1. Again, Hall last night was 1 for 3 with a run scored, a walk, and a strikeout. Be an 0-1 pitch on the way from the right-hander. Gets the sign from Salvador Paniagua. And the pitch on the way is low. Now leaving up the count at 1-1. Hall last year led the Ducks with 16 home runs. Second on the team with 63 runs batted in. He had a .239 batting average that he certainly wants to improve upon this year. Some of the fans here with a Let's Go Ducks chant as Bailey leads at second. And the 1-1 a Hall inside. On the breaking ball from Gorgan. Count goes to 2-1. So far, Scott Gorgan has thrown a total of 57 pitches in the game, 36 for strikes. Two ball, one strike count. Gorgan working out of the stretch. Comes set on the mound. And the 2-1. Swung on and grounded towards short. To his left is Valdez. He fields, keeps the runner at second, throws to first for the out. So Bill Hall grounds to short, cannot move the runner or score him. And the 2-away, that'll leave it up to the third baseman, Brendan Harris.
Long Island Ducks wins number 25, Brendan Harris, number 25.
So a 2-away, here is Brendan Harris, the third baseman, who will bat from the right side. Harris drew a walk his first time up in the second inning. And Harris will try and bring Bailey home from second and give the Ducks their first run on this Sunday afternoon. Now Sunday evening. Scott Gorgan's first pitch to Harris is line foul, back to the screen behind home plate. And the count is 0-1. Harris yesterday again 2 for 3 with a run scored and a walk. He was 0 for 2 on Friday night, but drew a pair of walks. Oh, 1 pitch upcoming. Getting the sign is Gorgan. Comes set at the belt in the 0-1. Breaking ball inside, it hit Harris. Caught him right on that left forearm. Seems to be okay. Toss away the bat. He'll make his way down to first. The Ducks with 2 on in the same inning for the first time in this game. First and second with 2 out. And that'll leave it up to Joash Brodeen.
Number 22, Joash Brodeen, number 22.
So here comes Brodeen to the plate. Struck out his first time up, and the first pitch here is grounded up the first base line foul. And the count 0-1. That's the third time this year that Brendan Harris has been hit by a pitch. So the count 0-1 on Brodeen. Last night was 3 for 4 at the plate. He drove in 2 runs with an opposite field single in the 6th inning that gave the Ducks a 3-2 lead. You know, 1 upcoming from Gorgan, looks to second. Now deals to the plate, and Brodeen swings and misses way out in front. And the count 0-2. Ducks as a team this year have been hit by a pitch 36 times, tied for third most in the league. Bridgeport leads the league with 47 hit by pitches. Somerset second with 43. So an 0-2 count here on Brodeen. Bailey leads at second and Harris at first. And the 0-2 pitch, fastball, misses low and outside. And the count goes to 1-2. Brodeen after the game yesterday said he stayed relaxed at the plate, didn't try to do too much, and got fortunate that he was able to get some balls to fall and pick up 3 hits in the game. Trying to come up with a big one here, but the Ducks trailing by 2 in the bottom of the 4th. 2 on, 2 out. And the 1-2 from Scott Gorgan is swung on and grounded foul along the right field line. Good contact there from Brodeen, but was a bit out in front. And the Let's Go Ducks chant up from the crowd once again here at Bethpage Ballpark. Now Salvador Paniagua is going to go out to the mound and have a quick chat with the right-handers, try and keep them settled down and keep his focus here in the inning. Don't want to leave anything over the plate to Brodeen. Jan Vasquez awaits on deck for the Ducks. So Brodeen steps in, and Gorgon is ready to go. Runners lead at first and second. And the 1-2 pitch is swung on and lifted out down the left field side, foul. Back into the seats, kind of a defensive swing there from Brodeen, and started to go and was able to make contact and stay alive. So we'll have another 1-2 pitch coming up here after 2 foul balls from Brodeen. Infield playing straight away. The outfield slightly shifted towards left field here. And the 1-2 again. It's grounded back up the middle and into center field. A base hit for Brodeen. Bailey will round third. He will come home to score. It's a 2-out RBI single for Joash Brodeen. And the Ducks are within 1 at 2-1. So Joash Brodeen, who came up with a big 2-out, 2-run single in yesterday's game, comes up with a 2-out RBI hit here today. And that is his 40th run batted in of the season. And now the tying run at second with 2 away for Jan Vasquez. So Brodeen is able to come through with the base hit and keep the inning alive. Harris goes to second. And here is Vasquez, who struck out looking in his first at bat. Vasquez, a switch hitter from the left side, asks for time as he steps out of the batter's box. Gorgon gets the sign and runners take their lead. First pitch on the way and Vasquez takes outside for ball 1. So Bailey scores his first run of the ball game. Last night he had 2 RBIs but did not score a run. Vasquez didn't play the first 2 games of the series. Brandon Bance did the catching, but gets the start here for the finale. And the 1-0 is grounded to the right side along the line. This will go foul to the right of the chalk, and Chad Tracy will flip it to a fan in the front row. That'll leave it up the count at 1-1 on Vasquez. Harris, the runner at second, doesn't have great speed. Brodeen has better speed over at first. We'll see if Vasquez can get a hit here to keep the inning going and potentially tie this game at 2. Here comes a 1-1 from Scott Gorgon. Looks to second, deals to the plate, and Vasquez swings and breaks his back, grounds it back toward the middle. That one is going to sneak through a base hit. On his way home is Harris. He will score. Brodeen goes to third. Another 2-out RBI hit, this time for Vasquez, and we are all tied at 2. Well, Vasquez didn't get the wood on it he wanted, but he got enough of it to sneak it through the infield, right up the middle. And Harris able to score from second. Brodeen goes from first to third. And Vasquez will gladly trade the bat for his 13th RBI of the year, and we now have a tie ball game. So that's going to bring pitching coach Paul Fletcher out of the dugout for the Revolution. And he will talk to the right-hander Gorgon, who was dominant through the first 3 innings, but has given up 3 hits and a hit batter here in this 4th. And now Sergio Miranda will have an opportunity to give the Ducks their first lead of the day. Well, this series has shown us anything. It's that no lead is safe. Same thing with the series in Lancaster, in which the Ducks had a 4-1 lead in the 9th, lost that. The Barnstormers had a 3-0 lead on the Sunday game, and the Ducks came back to tie it before losing in extra innings. And here today, York took an early 2-0 lead before the Ducks have now come back to tie it. And the Ducks had scored the first run of each of the first 2 games in this series before the Revolution came back to win both games. So 2 are in on 3 hits here in the 4th, and now the 7th to hit in the inning is the 9-batter and shortstop Sergio Miranda, who will bat from the left side. Conversation over on the mound, and now Gorgon will face Miranda with Brodeen at third and Vasquez at first. First pitch on the way to Miranda. He will take a fastball up and outside for ball 1. Miranda grounded to second last inning to lead off. And his only at bat of the day. Was 0 for 4 last night. Here comes a 1-0 pitch, and Miranda will swing and hit one high in the air, deep to right center field. Long run over to his left for Sean Smith. He will make the running catch. Good swing and a good contact there by Miranda, but cannot get the hit, and the side is retired. However, the Ducks tie the score. They get 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and lead 2. And through 4, we are all tied at 2 on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
This afternoon, and good luck from the Long Island Ducks and the Crackerjack Foundation.
To the 5th inning we go, with the score now tied at 2 apiece. Ducks fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Inn Shop on your next visit to Bethpage Ballpark, where exclusive hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefit the Quackerjack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. So the 2-out RBI singles from Joe Ashbrodine and Jan Vasquez here in the bottom of the 4th inning have tied the ball game up at 2 apiece. And now we'll see if Jared Lansford can protect the lead here in this top half of inning number 5. Michael Pollock here with you, bringing you all the action from Bethpage Ballpark. Thanks so much for spending your Sunday evening with me as we bring you the finale of a 3-game series here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 FM, LI News Radio, and online as well on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball and LIDucks.com. So Jared Lansford done with his warm-up tosses, and now he will face the top 3 in the Revolution order. Revs have had a base runner in every inning, but ultimately have not scored since the first. Lansford has done a very nice job of keeping his team in the ball game. And now he will face Green, Valdez, and Patterson to begin the 5th. First pitch on the way from Lansford, and Green will take a breaking ball strike. Green has been on base in each of his 2 plate appearances here today, with a walk in the first and a single in the second. Scored in the first inning, but was caught stealing second in the second. And the 0-1 is a breaking ball that just missed the outside corner to even up the count at 1-1. Green is now 4 of 9 in the series with a double, 3 runs, and 3 stolen bases. 1-1, chopped foul at the plate. Oh, that looked like it caught the front foot of Green, who is sitting down at home plate here with hands on both ankles. And now Mark Mason, the manager, and Chong Choi, the trainer for the Barnstormer, or the Revolution, excuse me, will come out and check on Justin Green. That's the last thing York wants, is an injury to the league's leader in batting average. Green appears to be pointing down to the inside of his left ankle or shin. That looks like where the foul ball hit him on the pitch from Lansford. Green will step back up to home plate and try and walk off the pain. He seems like he is okay, and obviously in a bit of pain. So the count is now 1-2 on Justin Green. And he will slowly step back into the batter's box here, leading off in the top of the 5th inning. Each team with 2 hits, each team with 2 runs, each team with 4 hits. And the Ducks have made the only error. Here's the 1-2. And pitch on the way, misses inside. Lansford came back in tight with a fastball. So the count even at 2-2. And now the pitch on the way. And Green swings and misses for strike 3. Chasing down in the zone. So Jared Lansford picks up his 4th strikeout of the evening. And that is out number 1 here in the 5th inning. And the Ducks will take on the Bridgeport Bluefish this week for 3 games. While the Revolution will head back home and take on the Camden River Sharks Monday and Tuesday night, and then Wednesday afternoon, or Wednesday morning, I should say. Valdez, first pitch swinging, a weak tapper, third base side of the mound. Lansford off the mound, Fields throws to first in time. Close play there, and it looked like Lansford might have slipped on the third base side of the mound. He and Vasquez now share a lap. Vasquez wanted to make sure that Lansford was okay, and to kind of joke there briefly. Nice play by Lansford. We saw Bobby Blevins do that yesterday on a swinging bunt by Valdez to retire him at first base, and he does a nice job there, does Jared Lansford, to get Valdez this time. So 2 quick outs here in the 5th inning, and that's now 4 straight innings in which Jared Lansford has retired the first 2. Now let's see if he can retire number 3 without allowing him to reach base. And this hitter will be Eric Patterson, who is 1 for 2 on the day. First pitch on the way from Lansford, and Patterson will take a fastball outside. Count 1-0. Patterson, a 2-run home run to right field in the first inning, cleared both walls on a 3-2 pitch. And then fly to left field on the first pitch, on the 1-0 pitch he saw in the 3rd inning. 1-0, and he chops one foul here to the first base side behind home plate. Now we'll even up the count at 1-1. So with 1 for 2 performance so far today, Patterson is now 7 of 10 in the series, with 3 triples, a homer, 4 runs scored, and a couple of walks. I mean, he has just had a monstrous series and has been dominating the Ducks all year long. Entering today with a .488 batting average against Long Island this season. Here takes a fastball strike on the inside corner. So the count is 1-2. The home run that he hit was his 2nd of the year against the Ducks, and now has driven in 9 runs against Long Island. Infield shifted around big time here to the right side, and the 1-2 pitch to Patterson is popped up. Foul territory, third base side. Vasquez and Harris chasing. Vasquez looking, and this will be back into the seats. A couple rows behind the Revolution dugout. That's a tough play for a guy like Brendan Harris. Right now the infield is shifted with 3 infielders on the right side. Rodin, the first baseman, Puckett, the second baseman, and then a little bit of a gap before the shortstop, Miranda, who is still on the right side of the infield, but the closest to second base. And then Brendan Harris is playing right now where the shortstop would. So a big shift for the Ducks. And now 1-2 on the way from Lansford to Patterson. Here's the pitch, and Patterson swings and fists this one out to the right side. Coming in, the second baseman, Cody Puckett, gives way to the first baseman, Brodeen, who crossed in front of him. Brodeen makes the catch, and the side is retired. So Lansford is able to get his first 1-2-3 inning of the game as he sets down the Revolution in order. We are halfway through on this Sunday evening, all tied at 2 on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
highlights courtesy of Huntington Honda. That was the Balloon Burst, brought to you by Huntington Honda. Discover the difference.
And Duck fans, don't forget the Long Island Ducks Summer Baseball Clinic for the month of August is coming up on Friday and Saturday, August 15th and 16th, each day from 9
Back here at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York, 2-2 the score as we go to the bottom half of the fifth inning. And for the Ducks, they will send up the top three in their order: Phelan Lentini, Cody Puckett, and Lou Ford against Scott Gorgon, who allowed 2 runs on 3 hits in the fourth inning, a pair of 2-out RBI singles from Joe Ash Brodeen and Jan Vasquez doing the damage for Long Island. So Lentini will step up to the plate. We'll see if the Ducks can grab their first lead of this evening.
Back to the top of the order for your Long Island Ducks, right fielder number 24, Phil Lentini, number 24.
So here is Lentini to the plate to start things off. And the first pitch is taken outside for ball 1. Lentini 1 for 2 in the ball game. He singled to right in the first inning and grounded to third in the third. And here hits a hard shot in between third and short past the diving Travis Garcia in the left field for a base hit. So Phelan Lentini with a multiple hit game. He has 2 hits in his 3 at-bats. And a good start for the Ducks here in this fifth inning. And now we'll see if he tries to take the lead back in the Atlantic League for stolen bases after he tied Wilson Valdez with his 32nd steal back in the opening inning. So here is Cody Puckett, who will bat from the right side, 0 for 2 thus far here today. From the stretch, the first pitch on the way from Gorgon. And Puckett swings, pops it up. Mile high and a shallow right. Racing in is Justin Green. Camps under it and makes the catch. After the leadoff swing, old Puckett swinging first pitch, flies to right. 1 away, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Lou Ford.
Look at the center fielder, number 20, Lou Ford, number 20.
So Puckett flies to right, 1 away. Here is Lou Ford, who is 0 for 2 thus far today. Ford got the fourth inning started, grounding out to third before Bailey picked up the double to really get things going. So Ford looking for his first hit today after 3 hits last night, all singles. Lentini leads at first, and the first pitch is swung on and missed. Ford has been a hair late on the fastballs from Gorgon all day. And the count 0-1. After starting the game 0 for 2, Ford is now 4 of 11 in the series with a run scored. Here comes an 0-1 pitch. And Ford swings, pops this one up. Right to the second baseman, Ophelio Castro, jogs in a couple steps. And Castro will make the grab to retire Ford. So after the leadoff single by Lentini, a fly out on the first pitch, a pop out on the second pitch. Puckett and Ford now 0 for 3 apiece. And with 2 away, here is Adam Bailey.
Bailey, number 13.
So here is Bailey to the plate, left fielder and 4-hitter, who got the rally started in the fourth with a double down the left field line and then scored on the base hit from Brodeen. First pitch from Gorgon on the way, and Bailey takes way outside for ball 1. So Bailey 1 for 2 with a run scored in the game. He is now 4 of 8 in the series with 2 doubles, 4 RBIs, a run, a walk, a sac fly, and a stolen base. Kind of a little bit of everything for Adam Bailey so far. Lentini bluffs, and Bailey takes a strike on the outside corner to even the count at 1-1. Lentini 32 for 32 in the stolen base department this year, is being held on at first by Chad Tracy. Gorgon from the stretch. Now the 1-1. Bailey takes outside. Gorgon trying to stay away from Bailey. Bailey usually is Good fastball hitter on pitches out over the plate. So here comes the 2-1. And Bailey takes the breaking ball, just missed the outside corner. So the count now goes to 3 balls and 1 strike with 2 out and a runner at first base. Bailey trying to get on and give Bill Hall an opportunity. 3-1 pitch, runner goes from first. Bailey swings and misses for strike 3. The throw to second, not in time. Another stolen base for Phelan Lentini. His 33rd of the year, and he is back in front leading the Atlantic League. .33 for 33 in the stolen base department. Mel Stocker has the Ducks record with 56 stolen bases in the year, so still a ways to go for Lentini. But he is doing a terrific job here this season, and now gets in a scoring position with 2 out. Let's see if Bailey can bring him home. Here's the 3-2, and Bailey will swing and ground 1-2 short. Playing him perfectly was Valdez, and his throw to first is in time for the out. So Bailey is retired, and the inning complete. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left for the Ducks. We have played 5 full at Bethpage Ballpark in the series finale. It's the Ducks 2 and the Revolution 2 on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
Game time is at 7:05, and the first 1,500 fans will receive a bobblehead of Long Island Ducks Crackerjack holding the Atlantic League Championship Trophy. Another bobblehead giveaway this Tuesday night, July 5th.
Well, we go to the top of the 6th inning. 2-2 the score between the Ducks and the Revolution. Make sure you follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try to meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs, then Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quackerjack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. Ducks as a team, 53 home runs on the year, 29 here at Bethpage Ballpark, 24 of them on the road, but the Ducks have not gone deep since last Saturday, July 12th. Of course, they had 4 days without games in between for the All-Star break, but the Ducks have not homered in their last 3 games and don't have one here today, and they have not homered since July 8th here at Bethpage Ballpark when Myers and Bailey both went deep, and that was a day after the Ducks hit 5 homers as a team. So it seems like when the Ducks are hitting homers, they're hitting them in bunches, and right now they're going through a little bit of a home run drought. We go to the 6th as Jared Lancer takes them out for a 6th inning of work after tossing 4 consecutive scoreless innings. And the first pitch to Chad Tracy is a fastball strike, 0-1. After a 42-pitch first inning, Lansford really has done a nice job rebounding. He has thrown just 96 pitches for the game. And the 0-1 is downstairs for ball 1 to Tracy, who was 0 for 2. He struck out in the first, reached on an error by the third baseman Brendan Harrison the third. So Lansford has done a nice job and hoping to give the Ducks at least 6 innings here today. 1-1. Tracy swings and misses way out in front of the breaking ball. And the count goes to 1-2, and especially after how the game started, that is certainly a good sign if Lansford can get through a scoreless inning here in the 6th. Ultimately, though, the Ducks with just 2 runs in the game, both of them coming in the 4th. As Corrigan has looked fairly strong on the mound. 1-2. Breaking ball laid off by Tracy as he takes down and away. So now leaving up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tracy, Garcia, and Nelson, the 3 due up this inning for York. 2-2. Fastball missed inside under the hands of Tracy. So the count goes full at 3-2. Lansford has retired each of the first 2 in the last 4 innings. And the 3-2 pitch is swung on and popped up in the air to center. Moving in, and to his left is Lou Ford. And through the sun, he will make the catch for the first out here in the 6th. So Tracy now 0 for 3. And with 1 away, that'll bring up the third baseman, Travis Garcia. Take a look back at the out-of-town scoreboard. Get you caught up again around the Atlantic League. Final from earlier today, the Bridgeport Bluefish, a 7-6 win over the Somerset Patriots. At the ballpark at Harbor Yard, the winner was Hunter Jones, who improved to 5-7. The loser, Matt Zielinski, fell to 7-4. And the save wins to Winston Abreu, his 15th of the year. First pitch to Travis Garcia is a fastball strike, 0-1. No homers, but Prentice Redmond had 3 hits and 3 RBIs to lead the way for the Bluefish. Ward, Espino, and Smith each had RBIs for Somerset. Tucker had 2. This is a ground ball through the left side by Garcia for a base hit. So Travis Garcia picks up the 5th hit of the day for the Revolution, each team now with 5. And he is now 1 for 2 with a single and a walk. That'll bring up the DH, Brian Nelson.
Number 37, Brian Nelson, number 37.
Final down in Sugar Land, Texas. In 10 innings, the Skeeters with a walk-off win. They defeat the Barnstormers by a count of 3-2. Corey Van Allen got the win in relief to improve to 2-0. The loser was Jason Richardson, who falls to 1-2. No save with the walk-off win. There were no home runs in that game either. Delwyn Young and Travis Scott had RBIs for Sugar Land. Young, the walk-off RBI. He also had 3 hits in the ballgame. First pitch here to Brian Nelson, and he will take a fastball upstairs for ball 1. Ben Francisco had both of the RBIs for Lancaster. And they're in the top of the 5th inning down in Camden with Blue Crabs leading the River Sharks 5-4. Pedro Liriano, the starter for the River Sharks, still in. Jake Brown, the starter for the Blue Crabs, still in. 1-0, and Nelson will take a fastball down the middle for strike 1. Luke Merton with 2 RBIs. Jake Opitz with 3 hits and an RBI for Southern Maryland. Mac McPhee is driven in 2 for Camden. Pounds and Julio Ruiz each have an RBI as well. 1-1 to Nelson, and he takes a fastball on the outside corner for a strike. Nelson 1 of 2 on the day. Single to right in the first, grounded back to the mound in the 4th. 2-2 the score here in the top of inning number 6. Here comes a 1-ball, 2-strike offering. Lansford deals, and Nelson takes low and away for a ball. Yankees with a walk-off win to sweep the Reds today, 3-2. On a pop-up to right by Brian McCann that fell between 3 fielders. McCann had an RBI along with Jeter and Ellsbury. Todd Frazier at his 20th home run of the year for the Reds. 2-2 from Lansford. And Nelson swings, grounds it to the left side. Miranda on the backhand. Fields goes to second 1, and that's all they'll get. 6-4 fielder's choice hit into there by Brian Nelson. So he's now 1 for 3. 2 outs, a runner at first. And that'll bring up Ophelio Castro.
Second baseman, number 11, Ophelio Castro, number 11.
So here is Castro to the plate, who is 0 for 2. The winner in the Yankee game was David Robertson. He improved to 1-2. The loser, Aroldis Chapman, who fell to 0-3. First pitch on the way here to Castro, and he will swing and chop one short. Right there, Miranda. He will flip to second for the force, and the side is retired as Jared Lansford tosses his 5th consecutive scoreless inning, and now 6 innings of 2-run ball here on this Sunday evening. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left through 5.5, tied at 2 on Long Island's home. For news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. can add one more here. You get us that one more.
Right now, the Long Island Ducks pick a kiosk on the main concourse behind home plate. And right after today's game, and right after Cutes run the bases, the Long Island Ducks ticket office adjacent to the west gate of the ballpark will be open for your convenience. And don't forget, boys and girls, and even kids at heart, you're invited to run the bases here at the ballpark. We will let you know when and where to line up. And that's coming up right after today's ball game. Kids and kids at heart are invited to run the bases, presented by Betpay.
Bottom half of the 6th inning with the Ducks and the Revolution tied up at 2 apiece. Bill Hall, Brendan Harris, Joe Ashbrodeen scheduled to the plate against right-hander Scott Gorgan, who begins his 6th inning of work. Jared Lancer has done a nice job rebounding after giving up 2 runs and throwing 47 pitches in the 1st inning. He has thrown 5 consecutive scoreless innings since. And now Scott Gorgan, who threw 3 straight scoreless innings to start off before giving up 2 runs in the 4th. Threw a scoreless inning in the 5th, and we'll try and do the same here in the 6th. Each team with 2 runs, each team with 5 hits. The Ducks have made the only error. And here is Bill Hall to lead off, who is 0 for 2. First pitch on the way, and Hall will take a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Hall a strikeout swinging in the 2nd, then grounded to short in the 4th. Hall with a big open stance at home plate. And the 0-1 from Gorgan. Swung on and grounded to the left side. Tough hop for Garcia, but he stays with it at 3rd and fires over to 1st in time for the out. So Bill Hall is retired. He is now 0 for 3. 1 out here in the 6th, and that'll bring up Brendan Harris.
Long Island third baseman, number 25, Brendan Harris, number 25.
So here is Brendan Harris to the plate. Harris has not had an at-bat today, 2 plate appearances, but has walked and been hit by a pitch in his 2 plate appearances. Also scored a run in the 4th that tied the game at 2 apiece on the base hit to center by Jan Vasquez. First pitch on the way here from Gorgan. And Harris takes a fastball low and outside for ball 1. Harris still 2 for 5 in this series. He has drawn 4 walks. And the 1-0 outside goes in and out of the glove of Paniagua. And Harris now ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. Harris has been a very patient hitter for the Ducks this year. One of the big facets to his game along with his defense. And here he serves one into right field for a base hit. Good piece of hitting from Brendan Harris as it goes the opposite way for a single. 6th hit of the ball game for the Ducks. 5 of the 6 hit singles. Bailey had a double. And Harris has been on base all 3 times here today. And with that base hit, out of the dugout comes Mark Mason, and he is going to go to his bullpen with Brodeen coming to the plate. Gorgan had 87 pitches right now, 56 for strikes. But with Brodeen coming to the plate and 4 left-handers in the bullpen for York, it looks like Mason will take the ball, go to his bullpen, and turn Brodeen around to the right side. So Gorgan gives the baseball to manager Mark Mason, and we'll head to the dugout. We will have our first pitching change of the evening. 2-2 the score here in the bottom of the 6th on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. You can add one more. To the bottom half of the 6th inning, we continue here as the Revolution make their first pitching change of the ball game. They call on the left-hander Brian Morgado, who will make his first appearance of this 3-game series. Brendan Harris with a 1-out single to right off of Scott Gorgon has put a runner on here in the 6th. And now Morgado will face Brodeen and turn him around to the right side after Brodeen picked up an RBI single from the left side his last time up. So Brodeen will face Morgado here with a runner at first, one away, as the Ducks try and get their first lead of the ball game.
Batting for Long Island, the first baseman, number 22, Joash Brodeen, number 22.
First pitch on the way here from Morgado to Brodeen, and Brodeen will take a fastball down low. And the count 1-0. Brodeen, again, the RBI single up the middle on the ground past Scott Gorgon in the 4th inning, making it a 2-1 ball game. He struck out his first time up against the Revolution righty, who will get a no decision here today or potentially a loss. 1-0. And this one hits the outside corner for a strike, team in the count at 1-1. The runner at first, Harris, is the responsibility of Gorgon, so if he scores, the Ducks win it by that score or by a bigger score, then the loss would go to Gorgon. Throw over to first to check on Harris. Brodeen steps back in and looking in for the sign is Morgado. He is ready. And the 1-1. Is on the outside corner. Good pitch that time from Morgado. Called strike in the count 1-2. On the year, Brian Morgado is 0-0, 2.35 ERA in 6 games out of the bullpen. 6 hits in 7 2/3 innings, 2 runs, both earned. He has walked 4 and struck out 6. And the 1-2 lifted in the air, shallow center. Racing in is Sean Smith. He will have to play this on a hop. It drops in for a base hit. So after 3 hits last night, Brodeen has 2 hits tonight. The Ducks are the runners at first and second with only 1 out, and that'll bring up Jan Vasquez. So Mark Mason electing to bring the left-hander in to turn Brodeen around to the right side. It does not work out. With 2 on and 1 out, here is Vasquez to the plate, who tied the game with a broken bat ground ball single up the middle 2 innings ago.
Number 23, Jan Vasquez, number 23.
Ducks have some action going in their bullpen down the right field line. Cannot see who it is, but they do have somebody throwing up there. Ducks have used Eric Neeson and Brett Lauren each of the last 2 games, so unlikely that they are available today. First pitch from Morgado, and Vasquez swings and misses late on the fastball. And the count goes to 0-1. Morgado is 6'3", 205-pound left-hander. 25 years old, out of Miami, Florida. He began the year with the River Sharks. Was 1-2 there with a 2.29 ERA through 25 games. Oh-1, and Vasquez hard ground ball into the Ducks dugout. Almost hit Bill Hall, who was standing there on the top step. He had to run out of the way quickly. Count 0-2. Morgado was signed and activated by York on June 28th. Last pitched on July 11th against Bridgeport through a scoreless inning. 1 walk, 1 strikeout. 0-2 on the way here to Vasquez. Switch hitter from the right side, and the pitch is up and outside from Morgado for ball 1. First at bat for Vasquez, he struck out looking. That came back in inning number 2. Ducks out hitting the Revolution 7-5 now, tied at 2 here in the bottom half of inning number 6. Morgado steps on the rubber, gets the sign, and comes set. Looks back to Harris at second. And the 1-2. Fastball just missed inside. The count has gone from 0-2 to 2-2. Brodeen, the better of the two with speed on the bases. Brodeen at first, the first baseman Tracy playing behind him. 2-2, and Vasquez lines this one down the right field line. Foul ball. Good effort by Vasquez trying to go the opposite way, but this just sliced a bit to the right of the chalk. The count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes on the foul ball by Vasquez. He will now step back up to home plate. Morgado comes set, and the 2-2 on the way. Kicks, fires, and Vasquez swings and chops this one towards second. Castro fields. He will flip to short one. The turn to first. Not in time. Vasquez just beat it out. Close play at first base, but give Vasquez credit for hustling up that first base line. That'll go down as a 4-6 fielder's choice. Vasquez safe at first. Brodeen out at second, and Harris gets over to third. And we'll see if Vasquez's hustle pays off as Sergio Miranda will come to the plate with runners at the corners and 2 out here in the 6th inning. So Vasquez now 1 of 3. And Miranda for the second time in as many at-bats will come to the plate with runners at first and third with 2 away. First pitch, Miranda will check his swing at a ball diving down and away. They'll appeal to first now, and Frank LeParrick says that Miranda did not go around. So that is ball 1. Miranda, last time up, got into one in right center field, but Sean Smith, using his speed, was able to track it down for the out. First time up, he grounded to second. That was back in the 3rd. Harris the runner at 3rd, Vasquez the runner at 1st. And the 1-0 from Morgado. Outside on a ball. And Miranda quickly ahead here, 2 balls and no strikes. Against left-handers this season, Miranda has fared much better. He's hitting .316 against lefties, 6 of 19. Against righties, Miranda hitting just .161. 2-0, and he swings and fouls this one off to the first base side behind home plate. Ball rebounds back down below. So the count goes to 2-1 on Miranda. Kevin Baez with a couple of words to Brendan Harris over at 3rd. Now the runners take their lead. And the 2-1. Miranda fouls it off again, almost the exact same spot. First base side behind the plate. This time it stays upstairs. So the count is even at 2-2 with 2 out and 2 on, bottom of the 6th. And the score tied at 2 apiece. Deuces Wild on the scoreboard. Next pitch is a fastball, then this is way outside. Count now full of 3-2, and with 2 outs, that means Vasquez will be off on the pitch. So Harris will lead from 3rd. Vasquez will be off on the pitch from Morgado. Miranda trying to get on base and give Phelan Lantini a chance. So he has 2 hits already today. 3-2, and Miranda swings and misses for strike 3. Cut through the fastball to end the inning. So the Ducks threaten, but they are unable to score. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 left on base. Ducks have left 7 today. 6 innings complete here at Bethpage Ballpark on this Sunday evening. We remain tied at 2 on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio. Yeah, one more.
That's tomorrow against the Bridgeport Bluefish. The Bluefish will also be here on Tuesday night. For the first 1,500 fans will receive a bobblehead of Long Island Ducks.
Well, for a Ducks starting pitcher, a 5th consecutive quality start as Jared Lansford goes 6 innings of 2-run ball. But he is lifted from the game after 6. The Ducks will make their first call to the bullpen of the night, and they call on Jared's brother, as it'll be Josh Lansford who comes into the ball game, and he will try and pitch a scoreless 7th inning here with a score tied at 2 apiece. Michael Pollock here with you, bringing you all the action from Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York. Thank you so much for joining me here on your Sunday evening for all the action. Remember, you can chill out all summer long with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company Gourmet Iced Coffee available at the concession stands here at Bethpage Ballpark. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or check out their cafes out in the Hamptons. So again, Josh Lansford will be the pitcher, and he will face 8, 9, and 1 in the Revolution order. Paniagua, Smith, and Green. The Ducks again here today have had a lot of chances against this Revolution pitching staff, but ultimately they have left 7 runners on through the first 6 innings of the game. And now Lansford will try and pitch a scoreless 7th inning. And Paniagua will step up to the plate to kick things off for York. So ultimately Lansford will get a no decision here today for a 2nd straight start. Pitched well enough to win, but so did Scott Gorgon, who will also get a no decision, and the game will be in the hands of the bullpen today. First pitch on the way, and the big breaking ball misses low for ball 1. This is Lansford's first appearance since July 2nd, as during the last homestand for the Ducks, he suffered a bit of shoulder stiffness while warming up in the bullpen. 1-0, and this is popped up foul behind the plate, out of play, count 1-1. So he missed the end of the Sugarland series and missed the 4-game set in Lancaster. But got 4 days off during the All-Star break and now is back in action here today for the first time again since July 2nd when he earned a win in relief. Here comes a 1-1. And Paniagua swings and grounds one through the left side for a base hit. So Paniagua has his 2nd hit of the ball game, 6th hit for the Revolution. And the leadoff single for Paniagua gets the runner on against Josh Lansford.
Center fielder number 12, Sean Smith, number 12.
On the year, Josh Lansford comes in with a record of 4-2, 3.46 ERA through 24 games. He's given up 10 runs on 28 hits and 26 innings of work, 15 strikeouts to just 4 walks on the season. Runner goes, first pitch to Smith, grounded to third. Nice grab there by Harris. His only plays to first. Low throw, Brodin can't dig it out. Safe at first base is going to be Smith on the 2nd error of the ball game for Brendan Harris. So the runner was going on the play that prevented the Ducks from getting the double play. Harris looked to second first and then had to immediately throw to first. And his throw was low. Brodin could not come up with it. And now Kevin Byers is going to go out to the mound here to try and talk with Josh Lansford and calm him down and talk to his defense. And in the midst of a 7-game losing streak, it's obviously frustrating when you can't come up wins, but to get out of it, you need to get the big hits, but you also need to make the key plays. And the Ducks a couple times in this series have not made some of the key plays. They made 2 errors yesterday, 3 errors 2 nights ago, and have made 2 errors here today. So a 7-error series for the Ducks. That is certainly not going to help things out when you're struggling to try and get wins. So a single and error have put 2 on with nobody out. And here is the speedy Justin Green, who is 1 for 2 with a single and a walk here today. The third baseman Harris is in on the grass. First baseman Brodin is as well. Green squares, and the first pitch misses low for ball one. Green trying to lay down the bunt. He has 2 sacrifice bunts on the season. The Ducks guarding against the bunt here from Green. You can tell Harris is significantly upset with himself at third base. Miranda trying to look through towards home plate. Here's the pitch. Green squares, punts it, third base side. Harris will field. His only play is to first, and it is in time for the out. So the sacrifice bunt is successful. The put out goes 5-4 as Harris threw it to Cody Puckett, who was covering. Third sack bunt of the year for Green. Moving over to third base is Paniagua. Moving over to second base is Sean Smith. And now 2 on with 1 out. Wilson Valdez coming to the plate. And the question is, what do you do here if you're Lancer? Do you intentionally walk Valdez to load the bases and face Patterson, who's been one of the hottest hitters of the series, with a chance to get a double play and get out of the inning? Or do you pitch to Valdez, try and get him out as he's 0 for 2 with a sac bunt today? It really is a tough decision. Both Valdez and Patterson have hit the ball well this year. And both Valdez and Patterson also have speed. I think they're going to pitch here to Valdez, and that's what it looks like. The infield is in all the way around. So the runners lead at second and third with 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. Now the first pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Fastball up and inside, and Valdez cut through it for strike 1. Valdez today laid down a sac bunt in the first inning, grounded to third in the third, and hit a little dribbler back to the mound in the 5th. Paniagua, the runner at third, does not have good speed. Smith, the runner at second, does. That'll be an 0-1 on the way from Josh Lancer. Gets the sign. Here's the pitch. That's a fastball up and inside. Moved Valdez off the plate. Had to be a bit scary there for Valdez. The count is now even at 1 ball and 1 strike. A big moment here after the Ducks failed to take the lead in the bottom half of the 6th. 1-1. Fisted out, first base side. Brodin races in, fields. Runners stay put. Brodin will tag Valdez for the out. And a big play there for Josh Lansford and the Ducks on the 3 unassisted ground out by Valdez. Runners have to stay put, and neither can try and score again. Paniagua does not have good speed at third. So the decision to pitch to Valdez pays off. Now 2 away. And now what do you do here if you're Josh Lancer? Do you intentionally walk Patterson? Who has driven in the only 2 runs of the game with a 2-run home run right in the first inning to face Chad Tracy, who was 0 for 3, and set up a righty-righty matchup. I think that very well could be the play here. And Vasquez will indeed call for the intentional ball. So Lansford comes set, and now will step off. Gotta be careful there. The last thing you want to do is potentially balk. And now Vasquez is going to go out and talk things over with Josh Lansford. So I guess they weren't on the same page at first. So Josh Lansford and Jan Vasquez have a quick chat on the mound, and now Vasquez will head back behind home plate. Vasquez gets ready, now calls for the intentional ball. And Lansford delivers the first pitch outside for ball 1. Again, the Atlantic League talking about several rule changes to be put into effect by August 1st to speed up the pace of playing games, and one of them is for intentional walks. As the 1-0 comes outside for ball 2, and the league saying that instead of pitchers having to throw the 4 intentional balls, they just have to signal to the umpire that they want to intentionally walk a batter, and then the batter will be awarded first base. And the 2-0 is outside again for ball 3. Now, obviously, you can see both sides of the argument. It would eliminate about 30 seconds to a minute worth of action for the 4 balls to be delivered. 3-0 comes outside for the intentional walk. So Patterson will make his way down to first on the free pass. That's the second time this year he's been given the intentional walk. But other people will say there have been times where pitchers have thrown a wild pitch on an intentional walk that has ultimately seen a run score. And that could certainly come into play, and you eliminate that possibility if you change up the rule there. But we'll see how it plays out. An intentional walk given to Patterson, and now runners at first, second, and third with 2 out. And here is Chad Tracy, who is 0 for 3. First pitch on the way, and Tracy takes the big breaking ball downstairs for ball 1. Tracy struck out swinging in the first inning, reached on an error by Brendan Harris in the third, and flied to center in the 6th. Here comes the 1-0, and this fastball missed upstairs for ball 2. Nowhere to put Tracy here after the intentional walk to Patterson. Runners at every base. Lansford missing with the first 2 here to Chad Tracy in the bottom of the 7th. So a dangerous 2-0 pitch upcoming here to Tracy, who has 11 home runs on the year. Here's the 2-0. Popped up a mile high, foul territory, third base side. Vasquez having some trouble with it towards the dugout, and he cannot make the catch. It lands right in the front of the Revolution dugout. Harris and Vasquez were both chasing after it. Vasquez was a bit closer, but neither could come up with it. And the count now 2-1. The wind is very, very slightly blowing in from right field. Not so much that it would affect the movement of a ball that much. But that ball all the way in front of the Revolution dugout, and Vasquez just missed it. So the count 2-1 now on Tracy. Runners at every base for the Revolution, 2-2 game. And Lansford will step off and go through the signs again with Vasquez. Paniagua at third, Smith at second, and Patterson at first. Patterson and Smith with good speed, Paniagua does not. And now Vasquez will have to go out and chat things over with Lansford, as the two do not appear to be on the same page.
Hey, boys and girls, don't forget, you're invited to run the bases after tonight's game. We'll let you know when and where to line up.
So the two talk things over quickly on the mound. Vasquez will now head back behind home plate. Even though the Ducks do not get the out on the pop-up by Tracy, they do get a strike. So the count now 2-1. Lansford will continue to work out of the stretch. That is Josh Lansford after Jared turned in a quality start here today. 2-1. And Tracy takes a fastball strike over the inside corner. Nicely thrown by Josh Lansford. And the count even up at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs as we play here in the top of the 7th inning. Lansford trying to send it to the 7th inning stretch with the score tied at 2. Looks in for the sign from Vasquez. Now gets the pitch he likes. And now time is called at home plate. Vasquez and Lansford still having some communication issues here in the 7th. Now we're ready. And the 2-2 to Tracy is swung on and lifted in the air left center field. Racing in is Lou Ford and to his right. Ford, the center fielder, makes the running catch. And Josh Lansford with a nice job to get out of trouble. Getting out of the first and second no-out jam. So, for the Revs, no runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and they leave the bases loaded. Time to stretch here at Bethpage Ballpark. Still tied at 2 on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. You can add one more. Well, back here at Bethpage Ballpark, tip of the cap to Josh Lansford as he gave up a leadoff single, and then Brennan Harris made a throwing error that put runners at first and second with nobody out. A sacrifice bunt moved them to second and third with one out, but he navigates through, gets out of the jam, and keeps this ball game tied at 2 apiece. So now the Ducks will try and take their first lead of the day, and they'll send up the top 3 in their order: Phelan Lentini, Cody Puckett, and Lou Ford against the new pitcher for the Revolution, right-hander Bo Vaughn, who makes his second appearance of the series and is the second reliever, third pitcher used today by the Revolution. So here is Lentini to the plate, and the first pitch, he squared to bunt, pulled back, and he took low and outside for ball 1. Lentini 2 for 2 with a pair of singles, one to right in the first, one to left in the fifth, and stole second both times he got on. He also has grounded to third base today. And the 1-0 is swung on and foul, tipped at the plate. And that'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ducks are out hitting the Revolution 7-6. All but one of the Ducks hits singles. Bailey had a double in the fourth. 1-1. Popped up in the air, shallow left. Going out is the shortstop Valdez. And he will make the catch in shallow left for the first out here in inning number 7. So that'll bring Cody Puckett to the plate. Puckett 0 for 3 here today. Puckett and Ford are both 0 for 3. The two of them, Hall and Miranda, each 0 for 3 here on the afternoon. First pitch to Puckett, and he will take a fastball strike over the inside corner. On the year, Bo Vaughn has a record of 5-2 with a 2.81 ERA in 24 games and 3 starts. 37 hits in 48 innings, 16 runs, 15 of them earned, as he misses outside for ball 1. Vaughn has walked 10 and struck out 29. One, breaking ball, outside corner for a called strike. And the count goes to 1-2. Puckett trying to reach base here with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. With Lou Ford behind him. 1-2, and that breaking ball misses down and away. Revolution have had a terrific year pitching-wise. 3.41 ERA as a team, and their bullpen has been a very big strong point this year. 2-2, breaking ball missed down low again. So Puckett has worked the count from 1-2 to 3-2. And again, Lou Ford awaits in the on-deck circle. Looking in for the sign is Vaughn. He gets it from Paniagua. And the 3-2 is on the outside corner, strike 3 called. Puckett thought he had ball 4. The strike called on the outside corner, second time Puckett has struck out today. And there are 2 away.
Look on the fielder, number 20, Lou Ford, number 20.
So with 2 outs here in the inning, that will leave it up to Lou Ford. Ford 0 for 3 so far on the day with a strikeout, a ground out, and a pop out. First pitch to him is a fastball right over the outside corner for strike 1. Ford, 11 homers on the year. Talked a bit in the pregame show that hasn't hit one in a while and has been looking to get one. But when you do start to look for something for the home run, sometimes you don't end up hitting one. 0-1, and that one misses down and away for a ball, leaving the count at 1-1. Ford specifically has not gone deep since back on June 15th, so he has gone over a month without a home run. 1-1, breaking ball popped up in the air to shallow right. Going out is the second baseman Castro, makes the call, now gives way to the right fielder Green, who will make the catch Garcia and Castro bump into each other. So the top three in the order go down 1, 2, 3. And through 7 innings here at Bethpage Ballpark, we remain knotted at 2 on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. Can I have one more?
Congratulations from the Long Island Ducks and the Crackerjack Foundation.
Well, we go to the 8th inning. Score still tied at 2. Good pitching matchup and another tense game between the Ducks and the Revolution. As we go to the 8th inning, the Ducks will call on their second reliever of the night. It is right-hander Jeremy Accardo, who replaces Josh Lansford after Lansford got out of a first and second no-out jam in the 7th inning. And Accardo will try and pitch a scoreless 8th here. And he'll be facing 5, 6, and 7 in the Revolution order. Travis Garcia, Bryant Nelson, and Ophelio Castro. Hey Ducks fans, do you want frequent updates on team transactions, scores, store specials, and the status of upcoming games? Well then follow the Long Island Ducks on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucks. With Twitter, the faithful flock will be able to follow their Ducks and find out more information regarding nightly promotions, player signings, and league activities, along with so much more. First pitch on the way from Accardo to Garcia, and the fastball is in for strike one. Ducks are tweeting right now. You can follow along with all the action at twitter.com/LIDucks. Count 0-1 here on Garcia, who tonight is 1-for-2 with a walk and a single. And he takes outside for a ball. Walked in the first, fly to right in the third, and single to left in the sixth. Accardo works out of the stretch, and his 1-1 missed inside for ball 2. Accardo's first action since Friday night when he threw a scoreless inning, gave up 1 hit and struck out 1. 2-1. Garcia pops this one foul over the screen and behind home plate. Count 2-2. Garcia hit a home run yesterday, his 10th of the year, a solo homer to left off of Bobby Blevins. And the second. 2-ball, 2-strike pitch coming with nobody out and the bases empty. And the 2-2 is swung on and grounded back up the middle into center field for a base hit. So Jeremy Accardo with the leadoff single. Oh, excuse me. Travis Garcia with the leadoff single given up by Accardo. Second hit of the game for Garcia. After he had 2 hits, 2 RBIs, and 2 runs yesterday. That'll bring Bryant Nelson to the plate with 1 on and nobody out. We'll see if he tries to lay down the sacrifice bunt and move Garcia in a scoring position or if he swings away. Third baseman Brennan Harris plays right behind the edge of the infield grass and well off the bag at third with Nelson batting from the left side. First pitch, he will swing away and he cuts through a fastball for strike 1. Nelson singled to right in the opening inning. Since then, he has grounded back to the mound and hit into a 6-4 fielder's choice. 0-1 upcoming from the stretch. The pitch from Accardo. Fastball missed inside. That'll even up the count at 1-1. Top of the 8th here at Bethpage Ballpark. Tied at 2. Each team now with 7 hits in the ball game. The Ducks have made the only 2 errors, both of them from third baseman Brendan Harris. Here comes a 1-1. Kick and the pitch, and Nelson takes a fastball strike on the outside corner. Good pitch from Accardo, and the count 1-2. Travis Garcia being held on at first by Joash Brodin. Harris well off the bag at third, and here comes the 1-2 offering. Pitch on the way, and that is a breaking ball just missing down and inside. Now leaving up the count at 2-2. Ophelio Castro waiting on deck for the Revolution. Set at the chest. Here's the 2-2, and Nelson takes outside for ball 3. So the count has gone full at 3-2 on Brian Nelson, and Accardo trying to avoid letting the first 2 reach here in this 8th inning. Garcia led off with a single. We'll see if he gets put in motion here with the 3-2 count and nobody out. Ducks right-hander gets the sign from Vasquez. Runner goes, the 3-2. Swung on and fouled right back to the screen behind home plate. Good cut from Nelson. He stays alive, and now Garcia will head back to first. Beautiful Sunday evening for baseball here on Long Island, and FanStream being treated to another tight game between these 2 teams. York scored 2 in the first, Ducks scored 2 in the fourth. Otherwise, it's been all zeros. Runner goes again, the 3-2, swung on a miss for strike 3. The throw to second is not in time. Oh, they say Garcia got in just ahead of the tag from Sergio Miranda. Bang, bang play at second. Looked like it might have been in time. And now Kevin Baez will come out to argue. So Nelson with the strikeout swinging, the stolen base for Garcia, his first of the year. And now Kevin Baez will argue with Warren Nicholson down at second base. Baez gives Nicholson his thoughts. The 2 still talking in between the pitcher's mound and second, and now Baez will head back to the first base dugout. So Nelson is now 1 of 4. But boy, that call at second base could end up looming very large if the Revolution get a hit and score a run here in this inning. It was so close at second. It is much too far away for us to tell here from directly behind home plate. But a bang-bang play, a good throw from Vasquez. Sergio Miranda slapped the tag down on Garcia, but Nicholson said he just got in ahead of the tag. First pitch here to Castro, and the fastball hits the outside corner for strike 1. Castro's 0 for 3 today, struck out in the first, grounded to short in the fourth, and grounded into a force out that ended the 6th inning. Here's the pitch, and that misses low and outside. Evens up the count on Castro. Garcia takes his lead at second. Infield for the most part straight away. Long looking for the sign from Accardo. Now he comes set. Kicks and turns back to second base. One ball, 1 strike count. Runner at second, 1 away. 2-2 the score. And the pitch from Accardo. Fouled off first base side and out of play by Castro. And the count goes to 1-2 with Salvador Paniagua waiting on deck. So this, of course, is a big batter. And then you've got Paniagua, who has 2 hits and 3 at-bats in the on-deck circle. Accardo trying to navigate his way through the 8th. Now 1 ball, 2 strike pitch upcoming. Kicks, fires, and this one is fisted towards second and over the leaping try of Puckett and a right, a base hit. Around third is Garcia. Here's the throw to the plate from Lantini, and it is in time for the out. Great throw from Lantini to nail Garcia at the plate and keep the ball game tied at 2. Surprising to see NOL Polanco send Garcia, who does not run all that well around third base there, on a hard hit single to right. But Lantini made a perfect one-hop throw to the plate. Vasquez applied the tag. So it'll go down as a single to right for Castro. Garcia goes to third, then is put out at the plate. 9-2 on the put out. And then going to second on the throw was Castro. So now you've got a runner at second base, 2 away, and Salvador Paniagua coming to the plate. Just went out of the reach of Cody Puckett, who leapt at second base for it. But Garcia is thrown out on a great play from Lantini. Good base running by Castro, though, to go to second. And now a big batter here in Salvador Paniagua. Accardo from the stretch set. First pitch to Paniagua, and he takes a fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Josh Lansford was able to wiggle out of a jam the last inning in the 7th. And now Accardo trying to do the same here in the 8th. Here comes an 0-1. And this one way outside. Nice block at the plate by Yan Vasquez. And that'll even up the count at 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. And the runner at second base is Castro, who does not run all that well. Accardo gets the sign. Here comes the pitch, and Paniagua takes a fastball that just missed the outside corner. Close pitch, and the count now 2-1. Close pitch there from Accardo. It looked like it might have caught a piece, but Richard Katz, the home plate umpire, says it was a bit too far outside. 2-1 offering, and Paniagua takes down and inside this time for ball 3. So a 3-1 count here on Salvador Paniagua with Sean Smith waiting on deck. Accardo gets the pitch he likes from Vasquez. And the 3-1. Swung on a line inside first and down the right field line for Paniagua. Around third is Castro. He will score. Going for second is Paniagua. He will be in there safely with an RBI double. Now the ball kicks away. Goes into shallow left, but the runner will not be able to advance. And Salvador Paniagua has given the Revolution a 3-2 lead here in the 8th inning. So Paniagua with his 3rd hit of the game picks up his 29th run batted in. A hard line drive down the right field line, and he just snuck it inside the bag at first. Another tough break for the Ducks, as that one just manages to stay fair. And on the RBI double, Castro scores from second. And the 2-out base hit has put York in front. So the Ducks will have to find a way to rally against this Revolution bullpen. And that's where going to second on the throw home was so large for Ofelio Castro. First pitch on the way here to Smith. And he takes outside. And this one goes off the glove of the catcher Vasquez and back to the backstop. And moving over to third base will be Paniagua. Pass ball on Vasquez. What has been a deflating stretch of games for the Ducks. They have lost 7 in a row, and the first 2 here on this homestand. Ducks just haven't been able to get those big hits that they've needed. They got 2 two-out singles here in this game, but several other opportunities where they did not cash in, and Lansford did his part to keep this close. Josh Lansford got out of trouble last inning, but Accardo allowing the 2-out double here this inning. 1-0, and this popped up in the air foul, first base side out of play to even the count at 1-1. And now York has taken the lead back after they led 2-0 going into the 4th. The Ducks offense has 2 cracks at it to try and rally back from this deficit and avoid the sweep. One from Accardo. Here's the pitch, and this is grounded foul up the third base line. And the count goes to 1-2. And of course, there's so many different ways you could look at things too in terms of catching breaks, and teams who are going through losing skids often do not catch breaks, and the Ducks didn't get it at the call at second on the stolen base attempt by Garcia. Garcia ended up getting thrown out at home plate anyway. But you never know if the inning is different there with a runner at second. With nobody out, nobody on the base and 2 outs, or a runner at second and 1 out. Now the 1-2, and Smith takes a fastball up high for ball 2. Ducks, though, did get the play at home plate to get Garcia out on the single to right by Castro. But Paniagua, again, sneaks it just inside the first base bag, and it seems like every hard hit ball the Ducks have hit hasn't been able to find ground or manages to go foul. Meanwhile, the Revolution are finding every piece of territory here in this series that they can hit a baseball to. 2-2. Smith takes outside. Another close pitch there, and Carter does not get the call. So the count full at 3-2 on Sean Smith with a runner at third, 2 away. Justin Green waiting on deck. Now it is imperative for Ricardo to keep this a 3-2 game and not let it get any larger the lead for York. And the 3-2 is lifted in the air to center. Lou Ford has to drift back a little bit, but lines it up, and he will make the catch to end the inning. However, the Revolution take the lead. They get a run on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. They take it to the bottom of the 8th with York now in front 3-2 on Long Island's home. For news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio. Can I have one more here? Bottom of the 8th inning, the Revolution have struck for a run in the top of the 8th, and they now lead it 3-2 over the Ducks, and Long Island will have to try and find a way to get at least 1 to tie it, 2 to take the lead, and salvage the finale of this 3-game series with the 2-out RBI double down the right field line by Salvador Paniagua off of Jeremy Accardo. Has put the Revolution in front, and now it will be Adam Bailey, Bill Hall, and Brendan Harris, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters for the Ducks, against left-handed pitcher Mark Hendrickson, who comes on a pitch here in inning number 8 and makes his first appearance of this 3-game set. So Hendrickson, who has had a terrific season for the Revs, will step up onto the mound and face the lefty hitting Bailey, at least to start things off. Then we'll see if he stays in or if York goes to a right-hander. Bailey has had success against lefties this year, and today he's 1 for 3. First pitch, and Bailey will swing and foul this one off third base side out of play. The count 0-1. Bailey against left-handers this season is hitting an even 300, 18 of 60 with 6 home runs and 22 runs batted in. 275 average against right-handers. Double and 2 groundouts today with a run scored in the 4th. And the 0-1 is a slider that misses outside, even the count at a ball and a strike. So Bo Vaughn retires the Ducks in order in the 7th inning with a strikeout of Cody Puckett. And the 1-1. Bailey takes a breaking ball down and away. And the count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. Hendrickson on the year 1-0, 1.82 ERA. This is his 32nd appearance of the season. Now the 2-1. Kicks, fires, and Bailey will swing and pop this one up foul third base side again. Garcia racing towards the stands, but this will be well back into the crowd. And that will even up the count at 2-2. So again, it'll be Bailey, Hall, and Harris here in inning number 8. Brodeen if it gets to him. Ducks have left 7 men on base throughout the game, all 7 coming in the first 6 innings. 2-2. Kick and the pitch, and Bailey will take inside. Thought about offering, but then laid off. Bailey is trying to say that it might have hit his arm, but won't get the call from the home plate umpire, Richard Katz. So the count full of 3-2. Bailey trying to get on. He has good speed. Trying to get things started for the Ducks here in the bottom of the 8th. And the 3-2 from Hendrickson on the way. Lefty kicks and fires, and Bailey takes inside for ball 4. So Adam Bailey draws the walk. That is the 2nd walk given up by Revolution Pitching today. It's a Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. So the left-hander Hendrickson walks the left-hander Bailey, and the Ducks immediately put the tying run on here in the 8th. And now Salvador Paniagua wants to go out and have a quick chat with his left-hander. So here is Hall from the right side. And the first pitch slashed foul first base side up onto the concourse. Wow, was that a rocket off the bat of Hall. It was laid on the pitch from Hendrickson and fouled it off into the seats to count 0-1. Here comes the 0-1, and Hall will take a strike on the outside corner, 0-2. Here's the next pitch, and Hall will take a called strike 3 on the outside corner. Hall thought that was way low and outside, didn't like the call. So a strikeout by Hendrickson, and there's one away.
Log on to third baseman, number 25, Brendan Harris, number 25.
So Harris will step up to the plate after the strikeout by Hall. Hall now 0 for 4 on the day. Tough second game for him here as a Duck this season. Now Brendan Harris, who has been on base all 3 times, will step up to the dish, batting from the right side. Bailey leads at first, and Hendrickson's first pitch is on the outside corner for strike 1. Hendrickson, a tall left-hander. He stands in at 6'9", 245 pounds, born in Mount Vernon, Washington. Now makes his home in York, Pennsylvania. Former big leaguer. Last season played with Norfolk, AAA of the Orioles. 0-1, and Harris takes a breaking ball down and away. And that'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Harris walked in the second, was hit by a pitch, and scored in the fourth, single to right in the sixth. He's been getting on base consistently, now has reached base safely in 13 straight games, and looked like he got something in his eye there at home plate, so he asked for time. Bailey with decent speed over there at first base. He only has 2 steals on the year, but hasn't been caught. And the 1-1 is grounded foul up the first base line. So the count now 1-2 on Harris, with Joash Brodin waiting on deck. Looking for another hit here. Looking to get the tying run in a scoring position. Potentially put the go-ahead run on base. 3-2 York, bottom of the 8th inning here on this Sunday night at Bethpage Ballpark. Hendrickson gets the sign from Paniagua. And the 1-2 pitch is inside and just missed, hitting Harris. Nobody wants to get hit with the pitch, but I'm sure Harris would have been okay with getting it there to put runners at first and second with 1 away. Instead, it just missed, and the count now even at 2-2. Bailey being held on at first by Chad Tracy. 2-2. Harris swings, chops one weakly here towards third. Garcia will field. He'll go to second for 1. A turn to first, not in time. Harris beat it out. So a 5-4 fielder's choice, hit into by Harris. Bailey retired at second. And 2 away here in the 8th. That'll leave it up to Joash Brodin.
1 on the first baseman, number 22, Joash Brodin, number 22.
So Hendrickson retires. Bailey at second on the fielder's choice grounder by Harris. 2 away. And here is Brodin, switch hitter batting from the right side. Brodin has had another good game here today, his second straight good game in a row. 3 for 4 yesterday, 2 for 3 with an RBI today. First pitch, and Brodin swings and hits a hot shot into left field, a base hit. Second straight 3-hit game for Joash Brodin. Comes up with a big base knock, and the Ducks now with runners at first and second base with 2 away, and I think Kevin Mize is going to go to his bench here and call on John Myers to pinch hit for Vasquez. And actually it's going to be Brandon Vance. He's going to go to Brandon Vance as the pinch hitter here, which makes some sense. Either way, you have the righty coming to the plate. Instead of the switch hitter in Vasquez, you have somebody with a little bit more pop in his bat, and he's going to go to Brandon Vance as the pinch hitter for Jan Vasquez in this 8th inning. With the tying run at second, the go-ahead run at first. And 2 men are out. So Joash Brodin with his second straight 3 for 4 night.
Number 14, Brandon Vance, number 14.
So Vance will come out as the pinch hitter here. 2 on, 2 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. And then will likely go in a catch in the 9th inning. But first trying to come up with a hit here and at least try and tie this ball game. So here is Vance to hit from the right side. Hendrickson from the stretch. Kicks, fires, and Vance will take a breaking ball strike, 0-1. Vance so far with the Ducks is 5 of 22 at the plate, 3 runs batted in, 6 strikeouts. Came up with a big 2-run single in the 9th inning that tied the game against Sugar Land back on July 9th here at this ballpark. 0-1. And Bance swings and misses at a fastball up and away. And the count quickly 0-2. So Hendrickson, throws the breaking ball strike, then the fastball that swung on and missed. And the count 0-2 on Bance, with Harris at second and Brodin at first, 2 away. Long look in here for Hendrickson to Paniagua. Now he gets the pitch he likes, and now time is called. Here comes the 0-2. Hendrickson set, deals, and Bance will take a check swing on a pitch on the outside corner. They appeal to first, and LeParrick says that Bance went around for strike 3, and the side is retired. So Brandon Bance strikes out swinging to end the inning. Now the Ducks threaten again, but ultimately cannot score. No runs on 1 hit, a walk, 2 left on. Ducks have left 9. We have played 8 innings here at Bethpage Ballpark. York still leads at 3-2 on Long Island's home. For news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio. Can add one more. To the 9th inning we go here at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks threatening again in the 8th, but they leave 2 on and still trail 3-2. As we head to the 9th inning, David Kopp will take over on the mound for Jeremy Accardo, who is in line right now for the loss. And that would drop his record on the season to 4-7. And right now in line for the win is Bo Vaughn. And we'll see if the Revolution can extend their lead before the bottom of the 9th, when the Ducks will send up 9-1-2 in their order to try and find a way to salvage a 3-game sweep at the hands of the first half champion Revolution. Brandon Bance, after striking out with 2 on in the bottom of the inning, takes over behind the plate. He pinch hit for Jan Vasquez, and the first pitch is in for strike 1 to David Kopp. From David Kopp to Justin Green in the count 0-1. Green on the day is 1 of 2 at the plate. The 0-1 is low and outside for ball 1. Green walked and scored in the first, singled to center in the second, was caught stealing second. Struck out swinging in the 5th and laid down a sac bunt in the 7th. One, and this one is a fastball strike on the outside corner from Kopp. The count goes to 1-2. Infield straight away here for Green. And the 1-2 pitch on the way is swung and fisted down the right field line, foul. And we will do it once again with the ball and 2 strikes. So we'll see, depending obviously on what happens in the inning, if Mark Mason, the manager of the Revolution, goes back to his closer, Rami Lewis, for a 3rd straight day. Kopp looking in for the side from Bance. And now his 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. Nice breaking ball from David Kopp. Second time today that Green has struck out. A 6th strikeout for Ducks pitchers. And that's the first out here in the 9th inning. Kopp on the year 1-1 record. He has a 4.40 ERA in 11 games. 14 hits in 14 in the 3rd innings. 9 runs, 7 of which are earned. 5 walks to 15 strikeouts. And with 1 out, that'll bring up Wilson Valdez, who has put the ball on the ground all 4 times he has come up to the plate. First pitch from Kopp, and the fastball is in for strike 1. Valdez laid down a sac bunt in the 1st, grounded a 3rd in the 3rd, grounded back to the mound in the 5th, and grounded a 1st in the 7th. 0-1. On the fastball, just missed outside. That'll even up the count at 1-1. Infield continues to play straight away for Valdez on the 1-1. Swing and a miss, way late on the fastball. Kopp bringing some heat here tonight. And the count goes to 1-2. Crowd of 5,516 here today. Very nice crowd on this Sunday afternoon. Now turning into night. And the 1-2 pitch is a fastball low and away for ball 2. Ducks will be right back at it tomorrow morning, 11:05 a.m. game here at Bethpage Ballpark. Camp day, the first of 2 camp days here at the Duck Pond this summer. Another good fastball, and again, Ricardo doesn't get the call on the outside corner. So the count has now gone full. Gates will open at 10:05. Ducks will send out right-hander Sean Garceau to the mound, and he will be opposed by former big leaguer Tomo Oka of the Bluefish. 3-2, lifted foul, first base side out of play. Ducks will go in the series with Garceau on Monday. Mitch Talbot will make his first start of the year on Tuesday, and then John Brownell will close out the series Wednesday night. Kopp's 3-2 to Valdez. Is swung on and grounded towards second. Cody Puckett to his right. Fields throws to first in time for the out. Valdez retired 2 away. And then in the finale of then for the Bluefish, they will go with right-hander Tomo Oka tomorrow. And then a pair of lefties. Matt Iannazzo will get the start on Tuesday. And then Dontrell Willis will make his first start against his former team on Wednesday night here. Willis against Brownell. Good pitching matchup. And Willis, who was roughed up and got the loss his first time out on Friday night, will start against the team he was a member of last year that won the championship. First pitch to Patterson, grounded foul, first base side. And the count goes to 0-1. Patterson today had a 2-run homer to right in the 1st inning. Since then, he has flied to left, popped to first, and drawn an intentional walk. 0-1. And Patterson cuts through a fastball from Kopp for strike 2. So Kopp trying to work a 1-2-3 9th inning. Jared Lansford, 6 innings, a 2-run ball today. Another quality start, the 5th straight quality start by a starter from Long Island. And the 0-2 is a little check swing foul. Kind of a late emergency swing there by Patterson. Josh Lansford worked into trouble in the 7th but got out of it. Ricardo worked into trouble in the 8th, nearly got out of it, but gave up the 2-out RBI double to Salvador Paniagua. And that has given the Revolution the lead. 0-2 from Kopp, and Patterson fists one out, shallow left, and that's going to be over the head of Brendan Harris for a base hit. On his way around first, and stopping there is Patterson.
Boys and girls, this is the time you've been waiting for. It's time
The Ducks had the shift on, so Harris was the shortstop in that scenario and wasn't able to get out into the outfield to make that catch. So a 2-out single for Patterson, and that will give Chad Tracy an opportunity here in the top of the 9th.
Batting for York, first baseman number 2, Chad Tracy, number 2.
So the 2 down here is Chad Tracy from the right side. Tom's call as Bance has for it at the plate. First pitch, and that is low, blocked there by Bance. Patterson thought about going for second, but held on. And now Bance will go out to the mound to talk things over briefly with David Kopp and make sure the two of them are on the same page. So Bance and Kopp having a quick chat on the mound, or actually in front of the mound here between home plate and the pitching rubber. And now Kopp will head back to the mound and Bance back behind home plate. Chad Tracy today 0 for 4. And Josh Lancer made the right move. He intentionally walked Eric Patterson in the 7th to face Tracy and got Tracy to fly out to left center. 1-0. And he takes a fastball on the outside corner here for strike one. Tracy struck out in the first, reached on an error in the third, and fly to center in both the 6th and the 7th. Here comes a 1-1. The fastball hits the outside corner again for strike two. Many of the kids in attendance, along with their parents, going to line up on the right field concourse to get ready for Kids Run the Bases after the game, presented by Bethpage Federal Credit Union, part of the Sunday Family Fun Day tradition. 1-2, and Tracy takes the call. Strike three, fastball over the outside corner. Kopp strikes out two, and that retires the side. No runs, one hit, one left for the Reds. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Ducks will need one to tie, two to win it, and try and salvage the finale of this three-game set here on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. Can I add one more here? We are here in the bottom of the 9th inning at Bethpage Ballpark, finale of a three-game series between the Long Island Ducks and the York Revolution. York with a 3-2 lead as they try and sweep the three-game set. And a new pitcher is in for the Revolution. Their closer, Rami Lewis, has come on for a third straight day to try and nail down his third straight save and pitch York to a sweep. He is going to face scheduled Sergio Miranda, Phelan Lantini, and Cody Puckett here in the 9th. But already out in the on-deck circle is John Myers to pinch hit for Miranda. With the lefty on the mound, it wouldn't matter anyway. Miranda is a switch hitter, and he actually has had success against lefties. But Miranda 0 for 3 here today, 0 for 7 in the series. And so John Myers, who has been hitting hot of late, 13 hits in 13, of his last 14 games, will get an opportunity to lead things off and come up with a big hit against Lewis to start things off. And again, the Ducks need one to tie, two to win. Ducks have 3 waddle-off wins this year. Their last on July 6th against Camden. That gave them a 3-game sweep. And now they're going to try and waddle off here today and avoid a 3-game sweep.
Number 15, John Myers.
So Myers will be the pinch hitter here in the 9th inning. Brandon Bance pinch hit in the 8th inning for catcher Jan Vasquez and struck out. So Lewis is set to go, working out of the stretch. And his first pitch to Myers is a fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Myers on the season is hitting .236, 2 homers, 12 runs batted in. Lewis gets the sign. And his pitch on the way. Myers swings and misses at the fastball over the outside corner. And the count quickly at 0-2. Myers did not play yesterday, but was 2 for 4 at the plate here on Friday night in the 5-2 York win. So he steps back up, and it'll be an 0-2 on the way. Looking in for the sign is Lewis. He is set. And the 0-2 to Myers. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So 3 pitches, and Myers goes down swinging. First strikeout for Lewis. That is the 10th time the Ducks have struck out today. 1 away here in the 9th inning. Lewis has had a magnificent season for York, 2-1 record, 2.68 ERA through 36 games. He has 21 saves. Wasn't an all-star this year, 11 runs on 31 hits in 37 innings, all earned, 10 walks to 24 strikeouts. Here is Phelan Lentini to the plate. And the first pitch from Lewis. Lentini squares to bunt, pulls back, and he takes a strike. Lewis just pouring in strikes right now, and the count 0-1. Lentini 2 of 4 at the plate today, a pair of singles, 1 to right, 1 to left. He has also stolen 2 bases. The other 2 at-bats were a ground out to third and a pop-up to short. 0-1. And Lentini swings and chops one weakly here, left side of the infield. Garcia fields. The third baseman throws to first in time for the out. 2 away in the 9th, and the Ducks are down to their final out. So the Ducks, who fell behind 2-0 in the first, battled back to tie the game in the 4th. But once again, the Ducks, despite racking up 8 hits, have only scored twice, and they have left 9 runners on base. Now, York has left 10 on base today after leaving 11 on each of the last 2 nights, but York has found ways to win. Ducks, though, just haven't been able to get that big hit again, and have left 9 on base to this point. Cody Puckett will try and keep the game alive for Long Island. And the first pitch coming from Lewis. Kicks, fires, and Puckett takes low and outside for ball 1. Cody Puckett 0 for 4 today. He has grounded to short, struck out swinging, fly to right, and struck out looking in his 4 at-bats. The 1-0. Lewis kicks, fires, and this is ripped into left center field. This is going to get down for a base hit. So Cody Puckett picks up his first hit of the ball game, keeps it alive for Long Island. Tying run at first, and up to the plate will step Lou Ford.
Batting for Long Island, center fielder number 20, Lou Ford, number 20.
So Cody Puckett gets the single to left center. And now the Lou chance for Lou Ford, who is trying to make up for an 0 for 4 start to his day, as he steps in against Lewis with 2 out and 1 on in the 9th. First pitch on the way from Lewis, and Ford will take up and outside for ball 1. Lewis struck out in the first, grounded to third in the 4th, popped to second in the 5th, and fly to right in the 7th. Here comes a 1-0. Lewis gets the sign. Here comes the pitch to Ford, and it is taken low and outside for ball 2. Righty batter against the lefty pitcher. Ford with a good 2-0 count. We'll see if he gets a good pitch to hit here from Lewis. No doubles defense for York. The third baseman Garcia playing right along the line. Tracy holding on the runner at first. 2-0. And Ford swings, pops it foul behind the plate. Upstairs and out of play. And the count 2-1. 3-2 York with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th inning. And Lou Ford trying to keep it alive for Long Island. Lewis is ready. Close stance on the mound. Puckett leads at first, and the 2-1 is inside. A check swing. They appeal to first. Frank Leparek says that he did not go around. So the count now 3-1 on Ford as Bailey continues to wait on deck. Fans making noise here at Bethpage Ballpark trying to keep the Ducks alive. Lewis looks in for the sign, now gets the pitch he likes. 3-1 on the way, and Ford takes low for ball 4. So Ford draws the walk with 2 outs. That moves Puckett to second base. It's a Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. So a single and a walk with 2 outs for Long Island. And now Adam Bailey will come up to the plate with a big opportunity for Long Island. Puckett with great speed at second, Ford with great speed at first. Tracy plays behind Ford at first. And the first pitch on the way from Lewis to Bailey. It's swung on and grounded to the left side. Garcia to his left field, shovels to second, just in time to get Ford. This ball game is over, and the York Revolution complete the 3-game sweep of the Ducks as they win it by a count of 3-2. Another heartbreaking loss for the Ducks. They rally from 2-0 down to tie it. They put 2 on with 2 out in the 9th. But Bailey swings first pitch, grounds into the force out. And the Ducks leave 11 more runners on base here today and see their losing streak extend to 8 consecutive games. Well, don't go anywhere. The postgame show is coming up next. We're going to recap this one and hand out the Nico Locke Player of the Game Award. Revolution 3, the Ducks 2. They complete the 3-game sweep on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio. Well, back here at Bethpage Ballpark, another difficult night for the Ducks where they were unable to pick up the victory in the series finale. After rallying back from 2-0 down, they leave 11 on base and fall tonight by a count of 3-2 and see their losing streak extend to 8 games. Not much to talk about on the recap as there wasn't much run scoring to talk about. Jared Lansford ran into trouble in the first inning as he gave up a walk to Justin Green, who was sacrificed to second and then brought home on a 2-run homer to right by Eric Patterson, his 9th of the year. Lansford then walked Garcia and gave up a single to right to Nelson after a strikeout of Tracy, but got out of the inning striking out Castro. It took 47 pitches for Jared Lansford, but he got out of the inning without anything further given up. And Lansford would turn it on from there and threw 5 scoreless innings after that for 6 innings of 5-hit, 2-run ball, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts through 109 pitches total, 72 for strikes. So ultimately a quality start for Lansford, and he pitched well, but it did not matter ultimately. Ducks, though, would be able to rally and tie the score at 2 in the 4th, and that prevented Lansford from getting the loss. As in the 4th inning against Scott Gorgon, who started for York, Adam Bailey doubled to left with 1 out. Bill Hall grounded to short, but Brendan Harris was hit by a pitch that set the stage for Joe Ashbrodine and Jan Vasquez, who picked up back-to-back RBI singles with 2 out, and that tied the ball game up at 2 apiece. Again, the Ducks had their chances throughout. They left a runner on base in the first, one in the second, two in the fourth, one in the fifth, two in the seventh, two in the sixth, and two more in the eighth inning. Before that, though, York had some opportunities too that they failed to cash in. They left a runner on in the third, one in the fourth, one in the sixth, and three in the seventh as Josh Lancer wiggled out of a bases-loaded jam. But in the eighth inning, Jeremy Accardo, who has struggled this year, was brought in to the ball game, gave up a leadoff single to Travis Garcia, and on a strikeout of Brian Nelson, Garcia stole second, bang play at second base, and Warren Nicholson said that Garcia got in just ahead of the tag, so a runner at second with one out. Ofelio Castro then singled to right field, and on the throw to the plate from Phelan Lantini, he got Garcia at the plate for the second out of the inning. Castro heads up base running, went to second on the throw, and that would prove large because then Salvador Paniagua doubled down the right field line. It stayed fair by no more than a foot inside the bag at first. And on the RBI double, the Revolution took a 3-2 lead. Ducks would load up the base, would put runners at first and second with two out in the eighth inning. But Brandon Vance pinch hitting for Jan Vasquez struck out swinging. And then in the ninth inning, the Ducks put two on with two out against Rami Lewis, a single by Puckett and a walk to Lou Ford. But Adam Bailey grounded into a force out that ended the inning and ended the game as York won it 3-2. The final total is 3 runs, 10 hits, no errors for York. They left 10. 2 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Ducks. They left 11. The winner was Bo Vaughn in relief. He improved to 6-2 on the year. The loser, Jeremy Accardo, falls to 4-7. And Rami Lewis earns his 22nd save and third straight in the series. Game took 3 hours and 25 minutes in front of 5,516 here at Bethpage Ballpark. As for tonight's Nico Lock Player of the Game, it is going to be Salvador Paniagua. 3 for 4 on the day, including the game-winning hit and RBI double inside the bag at first in the eighth. So Salvador Paniagua is the Nico Lock Player of the Game. Nico Lock Retaining Walls and Paving Stones, a company synonymous with quality and service in the manufactured concrete industry for almost 50 years. Don't go anywhere. We will come back with the out-of-town scoreboard and then set you up for the first game of the series tomorrow when the Ducks take on the Bridgeport Bluefish at 11:05 a.m. We'll be right back on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio. Oh, we are back here at Bethpage Ballpark. Kids running the bases, part of the Sunday Family Fun Day tradition, but doing so after a tough loss for the Ducks, 3-2. Another tough one in this 8-game losing streak, now the longest of the year for Long Island. And they just can't seem to catch any breaks, can't seem to find a way to hang on for a win. And York sweeps this 3-game series. It is the first time the Revolution have ever swept a 3-game set here on Long Island, and Rami Lewis tying a club record with his 22nd save and 4th straight save as he saved all 3 games of this series. We're going to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard before we wrap things up. Patriots lost to the Bridgeport Bluefish earlier today, 7-6 at the ballpark at Harbor Yard. The winner was Hunter Jones, who improved to 5-7. Matt Zielinski, the loss, fell to 7-4, and Winston Abreu picked up his 15th save of the year. No homers in the game, but Prentice Redmond led the way for Bridgeport with 3 hits and 3 RBIs. Skeeters win it 3-2 in walk-off fashion in the 10th inning down in Sugar Land, Texas over the Lancaster Barnstormers. The winner was Corey Van Allen. He improved to 2-0 on the year. Jason Richardson suffered the loss to fall to 1-2. That game also did not feature any home runs. but the Skeeters picking up the walk-off RBI hit from Delwyn Young, who had 3 hits in the game for the win. And they are in the bottom of the 8th inning down in Camden, New Jersey, where the River Sharks have taken an 11-6 lead, over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Pedro Liriano started for Camden. Matt Click is now in the ball game. The starter for Southern Maryland was Jake Brown, and Eduardo Morlan has just relieved Charlie Manning, who's given up 5 runs. Camden has had 4 RBIs from Zach McPhee, 2 apiece from Brian Pounds and Patty Matera, 2 RBIs leading the way for Southern Maryland from Luke Merton. Yankees and the Reds earlier today. Yankees win it in walk-off fashion 3-2 on a single to right on a pop-up that fell in for Brian McCann. McCann, Ellsbury, and Jeter had the RBIs for the Yankees. Todd Frazier, hit his 20th home run of the year for Cincinnati. The winner was David Robertson, who improved to 1-2. The loser, Aroldis Chapman, who fell to 0-3. And speaking of walk-off wins, it was the Padres with a 2-1 walk-off win out in San Diego. Zach Wheeler started for the Mets. Odrisamer Despain had a no-hitter going into the 8th inning for the Padres, but it was Joaquin Benoit who got the win in relief to improve to 4-2. Vic Black, the loss, fell to 2-3. Yasmani Grandal hit his 9th home run of the season for the Padres in the win. And at the Open Championship out at Royal Liverpool Golf Club in Great Britain, Rory McIlroy with 17 under par wins it by 2 strokes over Sergio Garcia and Ricky Fowler. So Rory McIlroy winning his 3rd major championship. Ducks and the Bluefish will play tomorrow here, 11:05 a.m. game. It is camp day. The gates will open at 10:05, so the first of the season, 2nd ever camp day here at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks will send out right-handed pitcher Sean Garceau to the mound. 8-2 record on the year, has a 5.09 ERA, and hoping that the All-Star break helps him turn it around as he has struggled a bit of late on the mound. He will be opposed by Bluefish right-hander Tomo Oka. The knuckleballer for Bridgeport will get the start against the Ducks, and it will be the Ducks trying to end this now 8-game losing streak here at the Duck Pond tomorrow. That's going to do it for us here on this Sunday night. Once again, the final score, it was the Revolution 3 on the Long Island Ducks 2. Big thank you goes out to my engineers back in our Ronkonkoma studios, Michael Amodio and Zach Johnston, for pushing all the buttons. We invite you to join us for our next Ducks broadcast, which will be tomorrow morning when the Ducks close out the series, or begin the series with the crosstown rival Bridgeport Bluefish. The pregame show will begin at 10:50. First pitch at 11:05 on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball, and online as well at liducks.com. My name is Michael Pollock. Thanks so much for spending your Sunday night with me. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Have a great rest of your Sunday night. We'll do it all over again on Monday morning here at Bethpage Ballpark. Good night and so long from Central Islip, New York.